Hello everyone. Welcome to Midnight Story Channel. I'm here to help you today. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you drift off to sleep, and I'm honored to be part of your journey. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Take a deep breath, get comfortable, and allow yourself to relax. Your story is about to begin. Story 1. The first chilling intrusion shattered the fragile peace of my sanctuary at precisely 11:42 p.m. I recall the exact moment because my eyes had just drifted to the clock, a silent debate raging within me. Surrender to sleep or succumb to the siren call of one more episode from the gripping crime drama I'd been devouring. Then, a shrill, intrusive ring pierced the quiet, making me lurch, sending a scattering of popcorn across my lap like startled confetti. Unknown number. My breath hitched. A beat of hesitation, then, a tremor in my hand as I answered. Hello? My voice, a fragile whisper, seemed to shrink in the vast silence of my apartment. Nothing but static. Then, a low, guttural exhalation, a breath so raw it felt like a violation. Hello? I repeated, a flicker of irritation, quickly overshadowed by unease, creeping into my tone. Who is this? The line went dead, a stark, abrupt end to the disquieting exchange. I stared at my phone, a shrug of forced nonchalance, and tossed it aside, dismissing it as a mere wrong number, a fleeting anomaly. I tried to melt back into the narrative of my show, to erase the unsettling memory from my mind. But the night refused to yield its strangeness. 15 minutes later, the relentless chime of my phone again, the same anonymous number. This time, a wave of dread washed over me, compelling me to let it ring, to let it slip into the silent void of voicemail. A minute crawled by, each second amplified by the frantic beat of my heart, until a notification buzzed, one new voicemail. With trembling fingers, I pressed play, holding the device to my ear as if it were a venomous creature. That same raspy, ragged breathing filled the line, a suffocating presence, for what felt like an eternity, though it was only a few seconds. Then, a whisper, insidious and chilling, slithered into my consciousness, I can see you. A glacial tremor coursed through my very core, freezing my blood. I deleted the message, my hands quivering violently, and blocked the number, a futile attempt to sever the unseen connection. Just a creep, I desperately rationalized, the words a thin shield against encroaching terror. Nothing to worry about. I stumbled to the kitchen, the mundane act of making tea a desperate plea for normalcy, a hope that its warmth might quell the frantic symphony in my nerves. As I waited for the kettle's mournful whistle, an irresistible urge pulled me to the window. My gaze, frantic and darting, scoured the inky blackness of the street below, searching, seeking. But finding only the inert forms of parked cars and the vacant stretch of empty sidewalks. Back on the couch, clutching my mug of chamomile like a lifeline, I tried to re-immerse myself in the fictional world of my show, but my mind, a relentless loop, replayed that whispered torment. I can see you. A sudden, jarring buzz from my phone. A new text. Another unknown number. Nice pajamas. My eyes flickered down to my faded Star Wars pajama pants, and my stomach plummeted, a sickening drop into an abyss of dread. How could they know? A primal surge of adrenaline propelled me to my feet. I raced to each window, a desperate, frantic ballet of yanking curtains closed, as if the fabric could offer an impenetrable shield against the unseen gaze. My heart hammered against my ribs, a thunderous drumbeat I could feel reverberating in my very throat. With fingers that twitched uncontrollably, I dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? I forced a ragged breath, the words tumbling out in a desperate torrent. I'm getting threatening calls and messages from someone who says they can see me. I think I'm being watched. The dispatcher's voice, a steady, calm anchor in my raging storm of fear, cut through the panic. Are you in immediate danger? Do you see anyone around your property? No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't see anyone, but... Her voice, still professional, carried a note of dispassionate protocol. Ma'am, while this is certainly unsettling, we can't send officers unless there's an immediate threat. Have you blocked the number? Yes, but they're using different numbers now. I understand. Keep your doors and windows locked, and if you see anyone suspicious or feel you're in danger, call us back immediately. I hung up, a wave of profound frustration and raw fear washing over me. They weren't going to help. My phone, an instrument of torment, shrieked again. Another unknown number. Against every desperate instinct, every ounce of reason, I answered. Stop calling me. I tried to inject my voice with a semblance of firmness, of fearless defiance, but it was a fragile facade. A low, guttural chuckle echoed through the line, a sound that curdled my blood. But we're just getting started, Sarah. My blood ran cold, a horrifying realization dawning. They knew my name. Who is this? What do you want? I demanded, the words raw with desperation. I want you to look out your window, Sarah. I have a surprise for you. The line went dead. Every primal instinct screamed at me to resist, to run, to bury myself in the deepest corner of my apartment, yet my body, as if possessed, moved of its own accord towards the window. My hand, a trembling leaf, reached for the curtain. I took a shallow, shuddering breath and pulled it back, just a sliver at first. Nothing. Then, a fleeting movement snared my eye. A figure, a dark silhouette, stood on the sidewalk across the street, partially swallowed by the shadows of a tree. They were looking directly at my window. I let the curtain fall back, a choked gasp escaping my lips, and stumbled away from the window, my heart a frantic hummingbird trapped in my chest. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a coincidence, right? Just some random person standing on the street. My phone buzzed, a malevolent notification. A new text. I told you I could see you. Panic, cold and consuming, seized me. I bolted to my bedroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, the click of the lock a meager comfort. With a desperate surge of strength, I pushed my dresser in front of it, the wood scraping a harsh, protesting sound against the floor, a futile barricade against an unseen threat. Huddled on my bed, a trembling, terrified heap, I dialed 911 again. There's someone outside my apartment. I gasped, my voice a ragged, shaking whisper. They've been calling and texting me, and now they're outside. Please, I need help. We'll send a patrol car to check it out. Stay inside and keep your doors locked. I hung up, every muscle in my body coiled tight with tension, and waited. The minutes stretched into an agonizing eternity, crawling by like hours, each passing second a torment. Every minuscule sound, the hum of the refrigerator, the rhythmic tick of my bedside clock, the faint rustle of leaves outside my window, made me flinch, a jolt of pure terror. My window. I hadn't closed the bedroom curtains. Slowly, a sickening dread coiling in my gut, I looked up, fearing what grotesque vision might await me. The glass mirrored back my own pale, terrified face, a distorted reflection of pure fear. Beyond that, the inky blackness of the night sky, a scattering of distant, indifferent stars, the silhouetted specters of trees. And a face. Pressed against the glass. Grinning. A primal scream tore from my throat. I scrambled backward, a frantic, desperate scrabble, tumbling off the bed, hitting the floor with a painful thud, tangled in my blanket like a helpless insect. The face vanished from the window, as abruptly as it had appeared. Sobbing, a raw, guttural sound of pure despair, I crawled to the furthest corner of the room, as far from that horrifying portal as humanly possible. I could hear the insistent ring of my phone from the living room, a desperate siren call, but there was no force on earth that could drag me from the dubious safety of this room. A sharp, sudden knock on my bedroom door made me yelp, a startled, animalistic sound. "Sarah, this is Officer Martinez with the police department. Are you all right?" Relief, a wave so profound it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. "Yes. Yes, I'm here," I croaked, my voice hoarse and raw from terror. With shaking, adrenaline-fueled arms, I shoved the dresser away from the door, though groaning in protest, and fumbled with the lock. 2 police officers stood in my hallway, their faces etched with concern, their presence a beacon of hope in the suffocating darkness. "Are you hurt, ma'am?" Officer Martinez asked, his voice gentle, a stark contrast to the violence of the night. I shook my head, unable to articulate the sheer terror I had endured. No, but there was someone at my window. Right there. I pointed a trembling finger, but the window now reflected nothing but the impenetrable blackness of the night. The officers conducted a thorough, methodical search of my apartment and the surrounding area, their flashlights cutting through the darkness like probing fingers. They found no signs of an intruder, no telltale footprints beneath my window. "Your fire escape is secure, and there's no way someone could have climbed up to this window without equipment," Officer Chen stated, his voice calm, rational, and utterly disbelieving. "Are you sure you saw someone?" I nodded vigorously, a desperate, frantic affirmation. "I'm sure. He was right there, looking in at me." And the calls. The texts. "Look." I thrust my phone into their hands, but the messages from the unknown numbers, the very evidence of my torment, were gone, deleted somehow, vanished without a trace. The officers exchanged a look, an unreadable flicker of doubt passing between them. "Miss Carter, is there someone who could stay with you tonight? A friend or family member?" Officer Martinez asked gently, his tone laced with a hint of thinly veiled pity. I shook my head, the gesture heavy with despair. "My family's out of state, and my friends all live across town." "All right. We'll have a car patrol the area for the rest of the night. Try to get some rest, and don't hesitate to call if anything else happens." After they left, the silence in the apartment felt heavier, more oppressive than before. I obsessively double-checked every lock, every window, a futile ritual of self-preservation. I turned on every single light, flooding the apartment with a harsh, artificial glow, and blasted loud music, a desperate attempt to drown out any sounds that might send my already frayed nerves into another spiral of terror. There was no way I was sleeping tonight. I paced my living room, a caged animal, jumping at every car that drove by, every gust of wind that rattled the windows like spectral fingers. My phone remained a tomb-like silence, a deceptive calm. As the first tentative fingers of dawn began to creep through the curtains, a fragile sense of relief began to settle over me. I'd made it through the night. Maybe it had all been some vivid, stress-induced hallucination, a cruel trick of my exhausted mind. My phone buzzed. A new text message. With trembling, leaden fingers, I opened it. "Good morning, Sarah. Did you miss me? Don't worry, I'll see you again soon. Sweet dreams." Attached was a photo. A photo of me, asleep on my couch. Clearly taken from inside my apartment. I dropped the phone as if it had burned me, a scorching realization. This wasn't possible. The police had checked everything. I'd been awake all night. But as the terror, raw and suffocating, rose in my throat, threatening to choke me, my eyes landed on the TV remote next to me. The Blu-ray player was on. The menu screen of my show, playing on a loop. Slowly, sickeningly, the horrifying realization dawned on me. I hadn't been binging a new show last night. I'd been watching my own life. Recorded. And played back to me. How long had they been watching? How did they get in? And most terrifying of all, were they still here? As if in a horrifying answer, I heard a faint creak from inside my walls. A sound I'd always dismissed as the mundane groan of old pipes or the settling foundations of an old building. Now, I knew better. My phone buzzed again, a final, chilling note in this symphony of terror. Trembling, I looked at the screen, braced for the next episode of my own personal nightmare. Story 2. The headlights barely pierced the torrential downpour as I navigated the winding country road, the relentless rain a thick, suffocating curtain. It was well past midnight, and a bone-deep exhaustion gnawed at me after hours of relentless driving, each mile stretching into an eternity. That's when I saw him, a lone, spectral figure on the roadside, thumb outstretched, utterly drenched to the bone, a stark silhouette against the raging storm. Every instinct, every cautionary tale, screamed at me to keep driving, to leave him to the merciless elements. But then, a flicker of empathy, a whisper of human connection, stirred within me. Against my better judgment, a decision that would unravel the very fabric of my reality, I slowed down. Little did I know, this single, impulsive act of kindness would plunge me into a nightmare far more terrifying than anything I could have ever imagined. I pulled over, the wipers battling a losing war against the relentless onslaught of rain. The man jogged to my passenger side, and I leaned across the seat, my hand fumbling with the lock. He slid in, bringing with him the heavy, cloying scent of wet clothes and something else, something I couldn't quite place, a faint, unsettling aroma that prickled at my senses. "Thanks, mate," he rasped, pushing back his soaked hood, his voice a low, gravelly sound that seemed to carry the weight of the storm itself. "Thought I'd be out here all night." I nodded, a silent acknowledgement, and pulled back onto the road, the tires kicking up plumes of water. "No problem. Where you headed?" "Next town over, if that's all right," he replied, his voice eerily calm, a stark contrast to the ferocity of the weather that had stranded him. I stole a quick glance at him. He was younger than I'd initially thought, perhaps in his mid-20s, with sharp, almost predatory features and eyes that seemed to reflect the dim, shifting light of the dashboard, giving them an unsettling, almost luminous quality. "I'm Jake," I offered, hoping that the mundane act of conversation might somehow keep me tethered to reality, alert through the suffocating darkness of the drive. "Matt," he replied simply, his voice flat, devoid of inflection. We drove in a tense, unsettling silence for a few minutes, the rhythmic swish of the wipers and the drumming of the rain against the roof the only sounds breaking the oppressive quiet. I tried to focus on the road ahead, but my eyes, betraying my unease, kept darting to my unexpected passenger. There was something undeniably off about him, a subtle discord that I couldn't quite identify, yet it gnawed at the edges of my perception. "So, what brings you out on a night like this?" I asked, forcing the words out, a desperate attempt to shatter the uncomfortable stillness that permeated the car. Matt shrugged, a dismissive, almost ethereal movement. "Sometimes you just need to get away, you know." I nodded, though the words offered no real clarity, no genuine understanding. Who, in their right mind, chooses to hitchhike in the middle of a raging storm? "What about you?" he countered, his voice a low, almost predatory murmur. "Long drive, yeah. Coming back from a business trip. Should have gotten a hotel for the night, but I wanted to get home." Matt hummed in response, a soft, almost imperceptible sound, his eyes, those unnervingly reflective eyes, fixed on the road ahead, unblinking. The rain seemed to be intensifying, if that were even possible, each drop a percussive assault on the windshield. I leaned forward, squinting through the blurring glass, the strain of the journey beginning to weigh heavily on my eyelids. "Crazy weather, huh?" I muttered, more to fill the suffocating silence than anything else. No response. My breath hitched. I glanced over at Matt, and my heart, a frantic drum, nearly stopped dead in my chest. The passenger seat was empty. Utterly, terrifyingly, empty. I slammed on the brakes, the car fishtailing wildly, a controlled skid on the treacherous, wet road. My eyes darted wildly around the interior, half expecting to see Matt somehow materialized in the back seat, or perhaps even squeezed into the footwell. But no. The car was utterly, chillingly empty, save for me. My mind raced, a frantic maelstrom of desperate questions. Had I imagined him? Was I so utterly exhausted, so sleep-deprived, that I had hallucinated an entire conversation, a tangible, physical presence? But no. A stark, undeniable truth confronted me. The seat, where he had been sitting just moments before, was undeniably wet. The musty, unsettling scent of his damp clothes still lingered in the air, a phantom presence. With hands that shook uncontrollably, a tremor that ran through my entire body, I shifted the car into park and switched on the interior lights, hoping their sudden glare might dispel the encroaching nightmare. I meticulously searched the car, my desperate gaze sweeping under the seats, even absurdly popping the trunk, though I knew with a chilling certainty that it was utterly impossible for him to have gotten there. Nothing. No trace of Matt. I stumbled back into the driver's seat, my clothes now clinging to me, soaked and cold from the rain that had somehow breached the sanctity of my vehicle, and sat there, frozen, desperately trying to make sense of the incomprehensible. There was simply no logical way he could have jumped out. We'd been going at least 50 miles per hour, and I would have felt the sudden rush of wind, seen the door open, heard the click of the latch. I took a deep, shuddering breath, a futile attempt to calm my racing heart, to force a semblance of reason into the terrifying void. Perhaps I had dozed off, just for a split second, and dreamed the whole thing. Sleep deprivation, after all, could wreak strange, insidious havoc on a person's mind, couldn't it? But as I reached to put the car back in drive, something caught my eye, a glint of truth in the dimness. There, on the dashboard, was a small, glistening puddle of water. And next to it, unmistakable, undeniable, was a muddy fingerprint. A visceral chill, a cold tendril of dread, snaked down my spine. This was real. Matt had been here. And now, he was gone. I slammed the car into drive and pressed the gas pedal to the floor, the engine roaring in protest, desperate to put as much distance as possible between me and that cursed stretch of road. My mind whirled with 1,000 possibilities, each more terrifying, more impossible than the last. As I drove, a chilling certainty settled over me, I wasn't alone. Every shadow seemed to writhe, to twist into phantom shapes in my peripheral vision, every reflection in the rearview mirror made me flinch, a jolt of raw terror. I found myself checking the back seat obsessively, a desperate, frantic ritual, half expecting to see Matt's pale face, his unsettling eyes, grinning back at me from the darkness. After what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only minutes, I saw lights ahead, a gas station. I veered abruptly into the parking lot, the harsh, fluorescent lights a stark, almost blinding contrast to the inky, wet night that had consumed me. I sat there for a moment, the engine idling, a trembling tremor running through my hands, desperately trying to decide my next move. Should I call the police? Would they even believe such an insane, impossible story? Finally, summoning every ounce of courage I possessed, I worked up the nerve to go inside. The bell above the door jingled with a sharp, intrusive sound as I entered, making me jump, a raw nerve exposed. The clerk, an older man with a scraggly, unkempt beard, looked up from his magazine, his eyes, dull and weary, assessing me. "Nasty night to be out," he commented, his voice flat, devoid of real concern. I nodded, trying to appear calm, to project an air of normalcy that I was far from feeling. "Yeah, it's pretty bad out there. Hey, this might sound crazy, but have you seen anyone else come through here tonight? A young guy, maybe mid-20s?" The clerk furrowed his brow, a slow, deliberate movement. "Can't say that I have. You're the first customer I've had in hours. Everything okay?" I hesitated, the words catching in my throat. Should I tell him? Would he think I was completely insane, a deranged madman wandering the night? I picked up a hitchhiker a few miles back, I began, the words tumbling out in a desperate, uncontrolled rush. And then he just disappeared from inside my moving car. I braced myself, expecting the clerk to laugh, to dismiss my tale as the ramblings of a sleep-deprived lunatic. Instead, his face paled, a ghostly pallor spreading across his features. "You picked him up on Blackwood Road?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, laced with a chilling, unsettling familiarity. I nodded, a growing sense of cold dread congealing in the pit of my stomach. The clerk sighed, a deep, weary exhalation, rubbing his face with his hands, as if trying to wipe away an unpleasant memory. "You're not the first, you know. It's been happening for years. Always on rainy nights. Always on that stretch of road." "What? What are you talking about?" I demanded, though a part of me, a deep, primal part, screamed not to know the answer, to remain in blissful ignorance. "There was an accident about 10 years back," the clerk said, his eyes distant, unfocused. lost in the murky depths of memory. Young guy hitchhiking in a storm. Driver didn't see him until it was too late. Hit him head on. They say he died instantly. The blood drained from my face, leaving me lightheaded, dizzy with a sudden, horrifying comprehension. But I talked to him. He was in my car. The clerk nodded solemnly, a grim, knowing acceptance. They all say that. Sometimes he talks. Sometimes he doesn't. But he always disappears. I stumbled backward, gripping the counter for support, my knees weak, my body trembling uncontrollably. This couldn't be real. Ghosts weren't real. I was tired, that's all. I was seeing things, hallucinating. Look, son, the clerk said, his voice now softened, laced with a surprising gentleness. Why don't you sit down for a bit? I've got some coffee in the back. You look like you could use it. I nodded numbly, a puppet on invisible strings, following him to a small, cluttered break room. He poured me a cup of coffee, the rich, steaming aroma offering a fragile, fleeting tether to reality, helping to ground me somewhat. What do I do now? I asked, my voice shaking, a raw, exposed nerve. The clerk shrugged, a resigned, helpless gesture. Not much you can do. He's never hurt anyone, far as I know. Just gives them a good scare. My advice? Get some rest and try to put it behind you. But as I sat there, sipping the too hot coffee, its bitterness doing little to dispel the lingering chill, I knew with a chilling certainty that I'd never be able to forget. The image of Matt, his unsettling eyes reflecting the dashboard lights, was burned into my memory, an indelible stain on my consciousness. After a while, a profound weariness settling over me, I thanked the clerk and headed back to my car. The rain had finally let up, a blessed reprieve, and a full moon, a pale, watchful eye, peeked through the breaking clouds, casting an eerie, silver light over the landscape. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to steel myself for the remainder of the drive home, to force away the lingering phantom of dread. As I reached for the door handle, my hand froze. There, in the back seat, was a shape. A human shape. My heart pounded, a frantic, desperate rhythm against my ribs. As I leaned in for a closer, terrified look, a wave of profound, almost hysterical relief washed over me. It was my jacket. The jacket I could have sworn I'd left at home, safely tucked away in my closet. I laughed, the sound bordering on hysterical, a raw, uncontrolled burst of nervous energy. My imagination, a cruel, insidious tormentor, was truly getting the best of me. I got in the car, shaking my head at my own foolishness, at the absurdity of my fear. As I went to start the engine, my eyes caught something in the rearview mirror. For just a split second, a fleeting, impossible glimpse, I could have sworn I saw Matt's face, his unsettling eyes meeting mine in the reflection. But when I whipped around to look, the back seat was empty. Utterly, terrifyingly empty, again. I peeled out of the gas station, my tires squealing in protest on the wet pavement, the sound of frantic cry against the encroaching darkness. As I drove, a chilling, persistent feeling clung to me. I wasn't alone. Every shadow on the road seemed to writhe, to twist into phantom figures. Every reflection in my mirrors made me flinch, a jolt of raw, unreasoning terror. I made it home in record time, my hands shaking so violently I could barely unlock my front door, the key rattling a frantic symphony against the lock. I left the lights off, not wanting to see if anything, or anyone, had followed me home, preferring the comforting cloak of darkness to the horrifying revelations that light might bring. As I lay in bed that night, sleep an impossible dream, I couldn't stop thinking about Matt. Was he out there now, his thumb outstretched on that lonely stretch of road, a spectral invitation to oblivion? How many other unsuspecting drivers would pick him up, only to be left shaken, haunted, and questioning their very sanity? One thing was certain, I'd never pick up another hitchhiker again. And on rainy nights, I'd be sure to avoid Blackwood Road. Because now I knew the truth, a chilling, undeniable reality. Sometimes, the ghosts of the past don't stay in the past. Sometimes, they hitch a ride into the present, leaving us to grapple with a reality we're utterly unprepared to face. Story 3. The moment I answered that call, a cold certainty gripped me. This night shift, unlike any other in my decade-long tenure, would be irrevocably different. Her voice, a fragile, desperate tremor, pierced the monotonous silence of the empty office building, shattering it into a million anxious fragments. "Please," she whispered, the word a desperate plea, "you have to help me. I'm trapped somewhere inside." Little did I know, those 8 simple words would plunge me into a waking nightmare, a chilling odyssey that would force me to question everything I thought I knew about Oakwood Tower, the very place I had meticulously guarded for years. I'd been the nocturnal guardian of Oakwood Tower for the better part of a decade, 12 floors of polished corporate emptiness, a silent, sprawling domain from dusk till dawn. I knew every protesting creak of the floorboards, every melancholic flicker of the fluorescent lights, every elongated shadow that stretched like a phantom limb across the silent hallways. Or so I believed. That night, however, began with the familiar, mundane rhythm of any other. I clocked in at precisely 10 p.m., relieving the day shift guy, his face etched with the weariness of 1,000 sunlit hours. I settled into my usual routine, a comforting, almost ritualistic dance, a quick, perfunctory patrol of the sprawling building, then retreating to the security desk, my eyes fixed on the array of cameras, my mind seeking solace in the dog-eared pages of a paperback. The place was, as always, dead quiet, a profound, almost oppressive stillness broken only by the low, constant hum of the air conditioning and the occasional, almost ethereal ping of the elevator, a lonely companion in the vast emptiness. It was around midnight when the phone on my desk, an unwelcome intrusion, shrieked, yanking me violently from my book-induced trance. Probably a false alarm, I muttered to myself, a comforting lie. Or maybe one of the cleaning staff forgot their access card again. I picked up the receiver, the plastic cool against my ear. Oakwood Tower security, this is Mike. At first, nothing but the hiss of static, a hollow, empty sound. Then, a woman's voice, so faint, so fragile, I had to press the phone hard against my ear, desperate to catch every fragmented syllable. "Please," she pleaded, her words barely above a whisper, "you have to help me. I'm trapped somewhere inside." I sat bolt upright, every muscle tensing, my heart rate picking up a frantic, desperate tempo. "Ma'am, where are you exactly? What floor?" My voice, a desperate attempt at professional calm, trembled slightly. I don't know," she replied, a rising tide of panic evident in her voice. "It's dark. I can't see anything. Please, you have to find me." "Okay, stay calm," I instructed, trying to keep my own voice steady, to project an authority I was far from feeling. I'm going to come look for you. Can you tell me anything about where you are? Any sounds or smells?" "It's cold," she whispered, her voice barely audible, and I think I hear water dripping. Please, hurry." The line went dead. I shot to my feet, my mind a frantic maelstrom of questions. This had to be some elaborate prank, right? The building had been utterly deserted when I did my initial sweep, every door locked, every alarm meticulously set. There was simply no logical way someone could be trapped inside. But what if they were? The chilling possibility gnawed at me. I grabbed my trusty flashlight and my radio, their familiar way to small comfort, and headed for the elevator. As the doors hissed shut, I caught a fleeting, distorted glimpse of my reflection in the polished metal, my face, a pale, ghostly mask, my eyes, wide and dilated with an unfamiliar fear. "Get it together, Mike," I muttered to myself, a desperate self-admonition. "You've dealt with weird stuff before. This is probably nothing." I decided to begin my search at the summit of the tower, systematically working my way down. The 12th floor, the domain of executive offices, gleamed with glass walls and stark, modern furniture. My footsteps, amplified by the oppressive silence, echoed loudly as I traversed the perimeter, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating every corner, every hidden crevice. Nothing. The 11th floor mirrored the sterile emptiness of the 12th, and the 10th, and the 9th. With each empty floor, a strange cocktail of relief and growing unease churned within me. Where was this woman? How had she possibly gained entry? As I stepped off the elevator onto the 8th floor, a subtle, yet profound shift in the atmosphere enveloped me. The air here was distinctly cooler, almost damp, heavy with an unseen presence. I shone my flashlight down the long, silent hallway, and the beam caught something that sent a jolt of ice through my veins. Footprints. Wet footprints, stark and distinct on the plush carpet, leading away from the elevator. I followed them slowly, each step a deliberate act of courage, my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. They led to a door at the very end of the hall, a supply closet, if my memory served me correctly. I placed my hand on the doorknob, the cold metal a stark contrast to the sudden warmth of my palm, took a deep, shuddering breath, and turned it. The door creaked open, a mournful, protesting sound, revealing nothing but a sterile tableau of cleaning supplies and a solitary mop bucket. No woman. No sign of anyone. I let out a shaky breath, a mixture of profound relief and simmering frustration. What in the hell was going on here? That's when I heard it, footsteps. Coming from somewhere behind me. I whirled around, my flashlight beam cutting a desperate swath through the inky darkness. "Hello?" I called out, my voice raspy, laced with a fear I couldn't quite suppress. "Is someone there?" No response. Just more footsteps, now fading, retreating into the unseen depths of the building. I ran after the sound, my own footsteps echoing a frantic chase, turning a corner just in time to catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow, a fleeting, ephemeral form, disappear into the stairwell. "Hey!" I shouted, sprinting towards the door, my voice raw with desperation. I yanked it open and peered down the endless spiral of stairs, but there was nothing. No sound. No movement. Just the ragged echo of my own heavy breathing, a stark reminder of my terrifying solitude. I keyed my radio, my fingers fumbling slightly. "Control, this is Mike." I've got a possible intruder in the building. Requesting backup. Static. A harsh, uncompromising hiss was my only reply. A visceral chill snaked down my spine as the chilling realization solidified. I was truly, utterly alone here. Whatever malevolent force was at play, I had to confront it myself. I made my way back to the elevator, my nerves screaming, every sense on high alert, acutely aware of the vulnerability of my position. As the doors slid shut, sealing me within its polished confines, I caught a sudden, jarring movement in my peripheral vision. I turned just in time to see a figure dart past the closing gap, a woman, her long, dark hair a shadowy shroud obscuring her face. My heart leapt into my throat, a frantic, desperate bird. The doors were already closed, sealing her out, sealing me in with my mounting terror. I jabbed the button for the 7th floor, silently willing the elevator to move faster, to carry me away from the unseen horror. When it finally opened, a guttural groan of relief escaped my lips, and I burst out, my eyes wildly scanning both directions of the silent hallway. "Hello?" I called out, my voice hoarse, desperate. "I'm here to help." "Where are you?" A soft, mournful sob, a sound that tore at my very soul, echoed from somewhere down the hall. I ran towards the sound, my flashlight beam bouncing erratically off the polished walls, each frantic movement a testament to my fear. I rounded a corner and skidded to a stop, my breath catching in my throat. There she was. A woman in a white dress, her back to me, her long, dark hair hanging limply down her back, a wet, clinging shroud. She was facing the wall, her shoulders shaking with quiet, heart-wrenching sobs. "Ma'am," I said softly, cautiously, not wanting to startle her, "are you all right?" "I'm here to help you." She didn't respond. Didn't even seem to register my presence. I took a tentative step closer. "Miss, can you hear me?" Slowly, agonizingly slowly, she began to turn around. I felt my chest tighten, a suffocating band of profound dread washing over me. Something was wrong. Terribly, horribly wrong. As she fully faced me, the horrifying truth revealed itself. I stumbled backward, a guttural scream caught in my throat, choked by the sheer, unspeakable terror. Where her face should have been, there was nothing but a swirling, abyssal black void. I ran. Faster than I had ever run in my entire life, driven by a primal, overwhelming terror. I could hear her behind me, her footsteps unnaturally fast, a chilling, high-pitched wail filling the air, a sound of pure agony and malevolence that scraped at my sanity. I slammed into the stairwell door, the impact knocking the wind out of me, practically falling down the endless stairs in my frantic haste to escape. I burst out onto the ground floor, gasping for air, my lungs burning, the lobby a vast, oppressive expanse of darkness. The street lights outside cast long, distorted shadows across the cold marble floor, transforming the familiar space into a grotesque nightmare. I ran for the front doors, my hands fumbling frantically with my keys, each second an eternity. Just as my trembling fingers found the lock, just as I managed to get the door open, a cold, skeletal hand gripped my shoulder. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat, coming face to face with the void where her features should be. "Help me," she whispered, her voice now a horrifying, raspy sound, like sandpaper against bone. "You have to help me." I wrenched myself free, a desperate, frantic struggle, and stumbled out into the street, not stopping, not even daring to glance back, until I was several blocks away, the oppressive silence of the building replaced by the distant hum of city life. I stood there, bent over and panting, my mind a chaotic maelstrom, struggling to process the impossible, the horrifying reality of what had just happened. When I finally mustered the courage to return to Oakwood Tower, a deep, sickening dread coiling in my gut, everything was precisely as I had left it. No footprints. No woman. No discernible sign that anything out of the ordinary, anything terrifying, had occurred. I sat at my desk, shaken to my very core, until the morning shift arrived, their cheerful greetings a stark contrast to the lingering horror within me. I didn't tell them what had happened. How could I? They'd think I was completely insane, a deranged lunatic. But as I left that morning, the first rays of dawn painting the sky in a fragile, deceptive hope, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that I was still being watched. I glanced up at the imposing building, its windows reflecting the rising sun like cold, indifferent eyes, and there, in a seventh-floor window, I saw her. Just for a fleeting moment, a pale, ethereal face, long, dark hair, and eyes that seemed to bore into my very soul, a chilling, accusatory gaze. I quit my job that day, severing the last tangible link to that cursed place. I found a new gig across town, a different building, a new routine, but I still dream about her sometimes. The woman in the white dress. The disembodied voice on the phone. And I wonder, a chilling question that echoes in the quiet corners of my mind, is she still there? Still trapped? Still waiting for someone to answer her call? I don't know if I'll ever have the answers. But one thing is for sure, I'll never set foot in Oakwood Tower again. Some mysteries, I've learned, are better left unsolved. Some calls, better left unanswered. Because sometimes, when you go looking for someone who's trapped, you might just end up trapped yourself. Story 4. The first chilling evidence materialized on a Tuesday morning, muddy, distinct footprints leading directly to my cabin door, as if their owner had materialized from the very fabric of thin air. I dismissed it, a fleeting thought of a late-night hiker, perhaps someone utterly lost in the verdant labyrinth. Little did I know, those innocent-looking tracks were the insidious genesis of a nightmare that would relentlessly push me to the very precipice of sanity. I had leased the cabin for a month-long writing retreat, a desperate, almost primal need to complete my novel, to escape the suffocating cacophony of city life. Nestled deep within the ancient, whispering woods of Vermont, it seemed utterly perfect, quaint, isolated, and blessed with an almost oppressive quiet. Earl, the owner, a gruff, weathered old man, had thrust the keys into my hand with a grunt and a terse, unsettling warning, "Keep the doors locked at night." "Bears," he'd grumbled by way of explanation. I'd nodded, a dismissive gesture, thinking nothing of it, my mind consumed by the promise of literary solitude. That inaugural week flowed with a deceptive tranquility. I'd awaken with the first tentative light of dawn, brew a potent pot of coffee, and write with a feverish intensity until the sun, a weary eye, dipped below the jagged silhouette of the tree line. The words, uncannily, flowed with an effortless grace, inspired by the profound, almost spiritual stillness of my surroundings. But as the days bled into one another, an insidious tendril of unease began to coil within me, a persistent, chilling sensation that something was profoundly, irrevocably off. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly, a book left on the coffee table when I was absolutely certain I'd returned it to the shelf. Then, the faint, disquieting creaking of floorboards in the dead of night. when I was unequivocally alone. I rationalized it, dismissing it as an overactive imagination, a byproduct of too much caffeine and a profound deficit of sleep. But then came the footprints. I stood there that Tuesday morning, coffee mug clutched in a white-knuckled grip, staring at them, desperately attempting to decipher the baffling tableau. They began approximately 10 feet from the door, as if the individual had simply descended from the sky, no other tracks leading to or from their abrupt appearance. I shook my head, a gesture of bewildered frustration, closed the door, and tried to force my concentration back to my writing, but the unsettling image of those muddy prints relentlessly crept into my mind, derailing every focused thought, scattering my concentration like dust. That night, a chilling premonition, I meticulously double-checked every lock before attempting to sleep, a futile ritual against the unseen. Sleep came fitfully, a fragmented tapestry of nightmares, punctuated by strange, disquieting dreams of shadowy figures lurking just beyond the periphery of my vision. I awoke to the mournful patter of rain against the roof, feeling groggy and profoundly unsettled. As I stumbled towards the kitchen, a desperate quest for the first, fortifying sip of coffee, something arrested my gaze. There, stark and undeniable on the worn wooden floor, was a fresh trail of wet footprints. My heart leaped into my throat, a frantic, desperate bird. They led directly from the front door to the very center of the living room, and then, inexplicably, vanished. I ran to the door, my hands trembling violently, checking the locks. They were still secure, the deadbolt firmly in place. How is this possible? My mind screamed, a whirlwind of disbelief. I frantically searched every inch of the cabin, desperately seeking any sign of forced entry, but found absolutely nothing. Unnerved, a tremor in my voice I couldn't suppress, I called Earl. "Has anyone else got a key to this place?" I asked, struggling to maintain a semblance of composure. "Just me and you," he replied gruffly, his voice betraying a subtle edge of unease. "Why? Something wrong?" I hesitated, then, in a desperate torrent of words, recounted the terrifying tale of the footprints. There was a long, unsettling pause on the other end of the line. "Probably just some animal tracks you're seeing," he finally said, his voice a forced calm, but that subtle edge, that disquieting undertone, made my unease fester into full-blown dread. "Don't worry about it." But I did worry. I worried with a consuming, suffocating intensity all day, utterly unable to concentrate on my writing, the phantom footprints dancing before my eyes. As night mercifully fell, a profound sense of dread, strangely intertwined with a morbid anticipation, settled over me. I found myself jumping at every protesting creak and groan of the ancient cabin, each sound amplified in the oppressive silence. The words "just some animal tracks" relentlessly repeated in my head, a mocking refrain, but I knew, with a chilling certainty, that it was a lie. Those prints were unmistakably, terrifyingly human. I barely slept that night, lying awake, every nerve strained, listening intently for any sound out of place. Around 3 a.m., I heard it, soft, deliberate footsteps, circling the cabin. My blood ran cold, a glacial river flowing through my veins. I wanted to get up, to peer through the window, to confirm the horrifying truth, but a paralyzing fear kept me utterly immobilized in bed. The footsteps continued for what felt like an eternity, occasionally punctuated by a soft, scraping sound against the outer walls, a chilling, persistent caress. When my alarm finally shrieked at 7 a.m., sunlight streaming through the curtains. A wave of profound, overwhelming relief washed over me. I'd made it through the night. But as I walked into the living room, that fragile relief evaporated instantly, replaced by a fresh surge of terror. There, scratched deeply into the worn wooden floor, was a single, stark word: soon. I bolted from the cabin, not even bothering to change out of my pajamas, my mind a frantic maelstrom. I needed to get to town, to confront Earl face to face. This was beyond animal tracks, beyond an overactive imagination. Something was terribly, profoundly wrong. Earl's shop, a rundown general store that had clearly seen better days, sat at the very edge of town. The bell above the door jingled with a sharp, intrusive sound as I burst in, startling the old man behind the counter. "Whoa there," Earl said, his eyes, sharp and assessing, sweeping over my disheveled appearance. "What's got you in such a state?" Words tumbled out of me in a desperate, incoherent rush. The footprints, the disquieting noises, the chilling, scratched message. Earl's face grew progressively graver with each terrifying detail. When I finished, he sighed heavily, a deep, weary exhalation. "I was hoping it wouldn't come to this," he muttered, more to himself than to me. "Thought maybe it had moved on." What had moved on? I demanded, my voice raw with desperate urgency. "What's going on, Earl?" He looked at me for a long, unsettling moment, his gaze unblinking, then gestured for me to follow him into the cluttered back room. He poured 2 glasses of whiskey, the amber liquid glinting in the dim light, handed me one, and settled into a worn armchair, its springs protesting mournfully under his weight. "The cabin," he began, his voice low, heavy with the burden of ancient secrets. "It ain't just a cabin. Well, it's got a history." He then unfolded a story that chilled me to the very bone, weaving a tapestry of ancient dread. Decades ago, a man had lived in that cabin, a recluse, an oddity, but harmless, or so it seemed, until the horrifying day they found the bodies, 3 hikers, brutally murdered. The man had vanished, as if swallowed by the earth, never to be seen again. "Some say he died out there in the woods," Earl continued, his eyes distant, unfocused, lost in the murky depths of memory. "Others say, well, they say he's still out there, waiting." I downed my whiskey in one desperate gulp, the burning liquid doing little to soothe the frantic maelstrom in my mind. "Why didn't you tell me this before?" I demanded, a surge of raw anger rising in my voice, mingling with the chilling fear. Earl shrugged, a dismissive, almost fatalistic gesture. "Didn't think you'd believe me. And it's been quiet for years now. Thought maybe it was over." I left Earl's shop in a daze, my mind reeling, utterly unsure of my next move. A powerful, overwhelming part of me screamed to pack up my meager belongings and flee immediately, to put as much distance as humanly possible between myself and that cursed place. But another part, the insatiable curiosity of the writer within me, perhaps, was morbidly, dangerously curious. What if this was real? What if I could uncover the terrifying truth? I returned to the cabin, my senses on high alert, every nerve screaming. The scratched message, soon, still glared up at me from the wooden floor, a silent, malevolent mockery. I spent the day feverishly researching the murders, poring over brittle, yellowed newspaper articles that chillingly corroborated every detail of Earl's grim story. As night once again fell, a strange, intoxicating cocktail of dread and anticipation filled me. I didn't have to wait long. Just after midnight, the soft, deliberate footsteps began again. This time, instead of cowering in fear, a desperate, morbid courage compelled me. I crept to the window. What I saw nearly stopped my heart dead in my chest. A figure stood at the very edge of the clearing, barely discernible in the ethereal moonlight, tall and gaunt, with clothes hanging in tattered, spectral fragments. It swayed slightly, an almost imperceptible movement, as if in a breeze I couldn't feel. As I watched, frozen in a tableau of unadulterated terror, it turned its head towards the cabin. Towards me. I stumbled back from the window, my breath coming in ragged, desperate gasps, my lungs burning. This couldn't be real. It had to be a nightmare, a hallucination, anything but this terrifying, undeniable reality. A soft, insistent scratching at the door jolted me violently back to my senses. I looked around wildly, frantically, my eyes darting, searching for any semblance of a weapon, finally seizing a heavy table lamp, its solid weight a flimsy comfort. The scratching continued, growing more insistent, more demanding, a relentless torment. Then, a sudden, unnerving silence. I stood there, lamp raised high, poised for battle, for what felt like an eternity. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, I approached the door, my hand trembling violently as it reached for the knob. I don't know what malevolent impulse compelled me to open it, morbid curiosity, a desperate, futile desire to prove to myself that this was all a figment of my tormented imagination. Whatever the reason, I turned the knob and pulled the door open. Nothing. The porch was empty. The woods beyond, a vast, inky blackness, were still and silent, a deceptive facade of peace. I let out a shaky breath, a sound of profound, almost hysterical relief, feeling foolish for allowing Earl's chilling tale to warp my perception so profoundly. That's when I saw it. A new message. Scratched deeply into the worn wooden porch floor. Welcome home. I didn't stop to pack. Didn't stop to call Earl. I just ran. Ran with a desperate, primal abandon to my car, fumbling wildly with the keys, tires squealing in protest as I peeled out of the driveway, a desperate escape into the anonymity of the night. In my rear-view mirror, a fleeting, terrifying glimpse, a figure emerging from the tree line, a dark, gaunt silhouette, watching me go. I drove straight through the night, a relentless, desperate flight, not stopping until I was safely ensconced within the comforting, familiar confines of my city apartment. I tried to convince myself, to force my racing mind to believe, that it had all been a bad dream, a cruel product of profound isolation and an overactive imagination. But deep down, a chilling certainty gnawed at me. I knew the truth. Something was in those woods. Something that had been waiting. For how long, I couldn't say. And as I sat in my apartment, jumping at every innocuous sound, every settling creak of the building, I couldn't shake the terrifying feeling that it wasn't finished with me. That somehow, someday, it would find me again. After all, it had said welcome home. And home, as they say, is where the heart is. Even if that heart has long since stopped beating. Story 5. The moment I saw his eyes in the rear-view mirror, a fleeting, unnerving glint, I knew with a sickening certainty that I had made a terrible, irredeemable mistake. What had begun as a fleeting act of kindness on a rain-lashed night was rapidly, terrifyingly, spiraling into a waking nightmare. As we hurtled deeper into the unknown, leaving the last vestiges of civilization behind, One thought hammered against the inside of my skull, a frantic, desperate mantra: I had to get out of this car. No matter what it took. It was well past midnight, and I had been driving for what felt like an eternity, the miles blurring into an endless, monotonous ribbon of asphalt. The rain, which had begun as a mere whisper of drizzle, had escalated into a relentless, suffocating downpour, transforming the world outside into an impenetrable curtain of water. My windshield wipers, frantic in their losing battle, thrashed overtime, and I was seriously contemplating pulling over, seeking refuge, to wait out the storm's fury. That's when I saw him. He stood at the side of the road, a lone, spectral figure, thumb outstretched, utterly drenched to the bone, a silhouette of desperation against the churning darkness. In the split second it took me to decide, a wave of empathy, a memory of countless times I'd been stranded, longing for a helping hand, washed over me. Before I could second-guess the impulse, before caution could assert its cold grip, I pulled over. As he jogged to the passenger side, I reached across, fumbling with the lock. He slid in, bringing with him the heavy, cloying scent of rain and something else, something I couldn't quite place, a faint, unsettling aroma that prickled at my senses. "Thanks, man," he rasped, pushing his wet hair out of his eyes, his voice a low, gravelly sound that seemed to carry the weight of the storm itself. "I thought I'd be out here all night." "No problem," I replied, forcing a casualness I was far from feeling, pulling back onto the road, the tires kicking up plumes of water. "Where you headed?" "Just the next town over, if that's all right," he said, his voice eerily calm, a stark contrast to the ferocity of the weather that had stranded him. I nodded, a silent acknowledgement, trying to focus on the treacherous road ahead. The rain showed no signs of letting up, and I had to squint through the blurring glass, straining to make out the faint yellow lines. I offered, hoping that the mundane act of conversation might somehow keep me tethered to reality, alert through the suffocating darkness of the drive. "John," he replied simply, his voice flat, devoid of inflection. We drove in a tense, unsettling silence for a few minutes, the rhythmic swish of the wipers and the drumming of the rain against the roof the only sounds breaking the oppressive quiet. I kept sneaking glances at John, an unsettling unease coiling in my gut. There was something undeniably off about him, a subtle discord that gnawed at the edges of my perception. He was staring straight ahead, his face partially swallowed by shadow, unblinking. "So what brings you out on a night like this?" I asked, forcing the words out, a desperate attempt to shatter the uncomfortable stillness that permeated the car. John shrugged, a dismissive, almost ethereal movement. "Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, you know." I nodded, though the words offered no real clarity, no genuine understanding. Who, in their right mind, chooses to hitchhike in the middle of a raging storm? "What about you?" he countered, his voice a low, almost predatory murmur. "Long drive, yeah. Coming back from visiting family. Should have gotten a hotel for the night, but I wanted to get home." John hummed in response, a soft, almost imperceptible sound, his eyes, those unnervingly reflective eyes, still fixed on the road ahead, unblinking. The rain seemed to be intensifying, if that were even possible, each drop a percussive assault on the windshield. I leaned forward, squinting through the blurring glass, the strain of the journey beginning to weigh heavily on my eyelids. "Crazy weather, huh?" I muttered, more to fill the suffocating silence than anything else. "Yeah," John replied, his voice a low, chilling murmur. Perfect night for a drive, though. No one else on the road. Something in his tone, a subtle, malevolent undercurrent, sent a shiver of ice crawling down my spine. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white, suddenly acutely aware of how utterly isolated we were. So where exactly is this next town? I asked, trying to keep my voice casual, to project a calm I was far from feeling. John shifted in his seat, a subtle, unsettling movement. Oh, not too far now. Just keep driving straight. I frowned. We'd been on this road for a while now, and I hadn't seen any signs for upcoming towns. In fact, a sickening realization was beginning to creep in. I was starting to think we'd missed a turn somewhere. Are you sure? I asked, a tremor betraying my growing unease. I don't remember the next town being this far. John turned to look at me then, and in the dim, shifting light of the dashboard, I saw something in his eyes that made my blood run cold. There was a hardness there, a glint of something dangerous, something utterly devoid of human empathy. I said, "Keep driving," he said. His voice flat, all pretense of friendliness utterly vanished, replaced by a cold, menacing command. My heart started racing, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white, the pain a dull throb against my mounting terror. "Look, I think there's been a misunderstanding," I stammered, my voice cracking, fragile. "Maybe I should just let you out here." Before I could finish, I felt something press against my side, cold and unyielding. I glanced down, and my breath hitched. A glint of steel in the dim light. A knife blade. "Keep driving," John said, each word punctuated with a chilling, deliberate menace. My mouth went dry, a sudden, suffocating emptiness. I pressed down on the gas pedal, the engine roaring in protest, my mind a frantic maelstrom of questions. How had I gotten myself into this impossible situation? What did he want? We drove in a suffocating, intense silence for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only minutes. The rain continued to pour down, isolating us in a terrifying, claustrophobic bubble of fear and uncertainty. "Turn right up here," John suddenly commanded, his voice sharp, devoid of any discernible emotion. I looked ahead and saw a small dirt road, a dark, foreboding slit, leading off into the inky blackness of the forest. My stomach dropped, a sickening lurch. There was no way this led to a town. "Please," I pleaded, hating how my voice shook, how it betrayed my utter terror. "Just take my wallet, my phone, whatever you want. You don't have to do this." John laughed then, a harsh, guttural sound that sent a fresh wave of chills down my spine, a sound utterly devoid of humor, filled instead with a chilling, predatory glee. "Oh, but I do. Now turn." With hands that shook uncontrollably, a tremor that ran through my entire body, I turned onto the dirt road. The car bounced and slid violently in the thick, viscous mud, the headlights barely cutting through the oppressive darkness ahead. My mind raced, frantically searching for a way out, any way out. Could I crash the car? Jump out? But with that cold, unyielding knife pressed against my side, any sudden movement could be fatal. "Stop here," John said, after we'd gone about a mile down the desolate road. I brought the car to a stop, the engine idling, its gentle hum a stark contrast to the pounding of my heart. We were surrounded by dense, suffocating forest on both sides, a wall of impenetrable darkness, no signs of civilization in sight. "Get out," he ordered, gesturing with the knife, its blade glinting wickedly in the dim light. "Please," I tried one last time, a desperate, pathetic plea. "You don't have to do this." The pressure of the knife increased, a cold, sharp warning. I said, "Get out." Slowly, agonizingly slowly, I opened the door and stepped out into the rain. It was coming down in sheets now, soaking me to the bone in mere seconds. John got out on the other side, the knife still pointed menacingly at me, a silent, unwavering threat. "Walk," he said, gesturing towards the thick, dark woods, towards a narrow, almost invisible path. As I took my first trembling step, a desperate, reckless plan began to form in my mind. It was risky, possibly suicidal, but it was all I had left. We walked for what felt like miles, each step a struggle, the thick mud sucking at my shoes, branches whipping at my face, leaving stinging welts on my skin. John stayed a few paces behind me, a shadowy, menacing presence, occasionally prodding me with the knife, a sharp, cold reminder to keep moving. Finally, we came to a small clearing, a patch of relative openness in the suffocating density of the forest. John told me to stop. "Turn around," he said. This was it. My one, desperate chance. As I turned, feigning a sudden loss of balance, I intended to slip in the mud. I fell backward, my arms flailing wildly in a grotesque pantomime. In the split second of his confusion, before he could react, I kicked out hard, catching John squarely in the knee. He yelled, a sharp, guttural cry of pain and surprise, the knife, his instrument of terror, clattering to the wet ground. I scrambled to my feet, my muscles screaming in protest, and ran. I ran like I had never run before, a desperate, frantic flight for my very life, crashing through the dense underbrush, branches tearing at my clothes and skin, each stinging cut a testament to my desperate escape. I could hear John behind me, cursing, stumbling, his furious shouts echoing through the rain-soaked woods. I had no idea where I was going, only that I had to get away, to escape his malevolent grasp. The relentless rain made it hard to see, hard to breathe, but I didn't stop. After what felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes, I burst out of the woods and onto a road. By some miracle, a car was approaching. I waved my arms frantically, probably looking like a deranged madman in the dim light of dawn. The car slowed, and I saw the concerned face of an elderly woman peering out at me, her eyes filled with a mixture of apprehension and genuine worry. "Please," I gasped, my lungs burning, "help me." She must have seen the raw, unadulterated terror in my eyes, because she unlocked the doors without a moment's hesitation. I climbed in, my hands shaking so violently I could barely close the door, the click of the latch a blessed sound of safety. "Drive," I stammered, my voice choked with sobs. "Please, please just drive." As we sped away, I looked back at the woods, a chilling sense of dread still clinging to me. For a moment, a fleeting, impossible glimpse, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the tree line, watching us go. But then we turned a corner, and it was gone. The woman, bless her compassionate soul, drove me straight to the police station. I gave my statement, still shaking, still soaked to the bone, the terror of the night still fresh, a raw wound. They never found John. The woods were meticulously searched, but there was no trace of him, as if he had simply dissolved into the mist. Sometimes I wonder if he was ever truly real, or if he was some horrifying manifestation of my worst fears, brought to vivid, terrifying life by that dark, stormy night. But then I remember the cold, unyielding press of the knife against my side, the malevolent glint in his eyes, and I know, with a chilling certainty, that it was all too real. I don't drive at night anymore, if I can help it. And I never, ever pick up hitchhikers. Some acts of kindness, I've learned, are simply not worth the terrifying risk. Because sometimes, the real monsters aren't hiding in the woods or lurking under our beds. Sometimes, they're sitting right next to us, their presence chillingly real, waiting for their terrifying moment to strike. Story 6. The first tremor of unease rippled through me the moment I noticed it, my favorite coffee mug, a familiar comfort, which I could have sworn I'd left in the sink, was now sitting innocuously on the kitchen counter, gleaming clean and dry. I dismissed it, a fleeting thought of simple forgetfulness, a side effect of the punishingly long hours at work, blurring the edges of my memory. But as the days bled into one another, and more unsettling discrepancies began to surface, a chilling certainty, cold and insidious, began to coil within me. Something was profoundly, irrevocably wrong. Little did I know, this was merely the prelude to a waking nightmare that would meticulously transform my own home, my sanctuary, into a suffocating prison of fear and gnawing paranoia. I'd only been living in this apartment for approximately 6 months. It was nothing grand, merely a modest one-bedroom unit nestled in a quiet, unassuming part of town. The rent was blessedly cheap, a welcome relief, and Mr. Keegan, my landlord, seemed genial enough. He was an older man, likely in his 60s, with thinning gray hair and a perpetual, almost weary look of exhaustion etched upon his face. At first, everything had unfolded with an ordinary, comforting rhythm. I'd return from work, prepare a simple dinner, perhaps lose myself in the glow of the television for a while, and then succumb to the embrace of sleep. But then, an insidious shift began, subtle at first, almost imperceptible. It started with trivial anomalies, a book displaced from its shelf, a chair subtly nudged from its usual position. I rationalized it away, a desperate internal monologue, convincing myself I was merely being absent-minded, too utterly drained by the demands of my job to recall the precise placement of my belongings. But then, the discrepancies grew bolder, more jarring. One afternoon, I returned home to find my laptop, which I always shut down and meticulously put away before leaving for work, sitting wide open on the coffee table. Another time, a sickening jolt of dread, I discovered wet footprints, undeniably too large to be my own, leading from the bathroom directly to the front door. An unsettling, pervasive unease began to settle over me, transforming my own home into a foreign, hostile space. I'd enter a room and be overcome by the distinct, chilling sensation that someone had just been there, the air itself feeling subtly disturbed, a lingering imprint of an unseen presence. I'd catch faint, elusive whiffs of unfamiliar cologne, or hear the faintest, ghostly echo of footsteps when I knew, with absolute certainty, that I was utterly alone. I considered confiding in Mr. Keegan, sharing my burgeoning fears, but what words could possibly articulate such an amorphous, terrifying suspicion? That I believed someone was surreptitiously slipping into my apartment to rearrange my belongings? He would undoubtedly dismiss me as delusional, a neurotic tenant. So, I remained silent, a terrified prisoner of my own escalating paranoia, desperately attempting to convince myself that my mind was simply playing cruel tricks. But then came the night that irrevocably shattered every semblance of normalcy. I jolted awake with a sudden, visceral shock, my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic, desperate drumbeat. Something, some unseen trigger, had wrenched me from the deceptive peace of sleep, but I wouldn't pinpoint what it was. The digital clock on my nightstand glowed with an ominous red luminescence, 3:17 a.m. As I lay there, rigid with terror, desperately trying to quell the frantic pulse in my veins, I heard it. The soft, insidious creak of a floorboard. From the living room. I froze, barely daring to draw a breath. There it was again, closer this time. Someone was in my apartment. Panic, cold and suffocating, gripped me. My hand instinctively darted towards my phone, fingers poised over the keypad, ready to dial 911, to summon help, to break free from this horrifying solitude. But then, my fingers froze, suspended in midair. What if they heard me? What if they came in here? The footsteps stopped. Right outside my bedroom door. I could see the distinct shadow of feet in the narrow gap beneath it. My entire body tensed, every muscle screaming, waiting for the doorknob to turn, for the inevitable violation. But it didn't. After what felt like an eternity, each second stretched to the breaking point, the shadow moved away. I heard more faint creaks, then the soft, almost imperceptible click of the front door closing. I didn't move for hours, utterly paralyzed by a terror so profound I couldn't even bring myself to verify if they had truly departed. Only when the first tentative fingers of dawn began to creep through my curtains did I finally, painfully, find the courage to stir. The apartment appeared normal, untouched. Nothing was missing, nothing was overtly out of place. If it weren't for the lingering, alien scent of that unfamiliar cologne, a phantom presence that clung to the air, I might have, in my desperate need for sanity, convinced myself it had all been a cruel, stress-induced nightmare. I called in sick to work that day, the very thought of leaving my apartment unattended, vulnerable, and unbearable agony. Instead, I embarked on a desperate quest for control, driving to the hardware store and purchasing new, heavy-duty locks for every door and window. I meticulously installed them all myself, my hands trembling uncontrollably the entire time, each turn of the screwdriver a futile attempt to fortify my shattered sense of security. That night, sleep was an elusive, mocking phantom. Every minuscule noise, every settling creak of the old building, every gust of wind against the windows, made me jump, a raw, exposed nerve. I kept imagining I heard footsteps, spectral and insidious, kept catching fleeting glimpses of shadows moving at the periphery of my vision. The next day, utterly exhausted and on a razor's edge of paranoia, I made a desperate decision. I needed proof. Tangible, undeniable proof to validate my terrifying reality. I went out and bought a small, discreet security camera, the kind designed for clandestine surveillance, easily concealed. I set it up in my living room, angling it meticulously to capture the widest possible view of the apartment. For days, an agonizing eternity, nothing happened. The camera dutifully recorded hours of empty rooms, of my own mundane daily routine, a tedious, uneventful record. I began, in my desperate need for normalcy, to believe that perhaps I had, indeed, imagined the entire ordeal, that stress and lack of sleep had twisted my perception into a paranoid delusion. And then, a week after I'd installed the camera, it happened. I was at work, 1,000 miles away from my supposed sanctuary, when my phone buzzed with an ominous notification. The camera had detected movement. With shaking, ice-cold hands, I opened the app and watched the live feed. There was someone in my apartment. A man. Moving around my living room with a horrifying sense of entitlement, as if he owned the very space. As he turned towards the camera, my blood ran cold, a glacial river freezing in my veins. It was Mr. Keegan. I watched in horrified disbelief as he casually strolled through my home, a grotesque pantomime, picking things up, examining them with an unsettling familiarity. He disappeared into my bedroom, staying there for an eternity that stretched into an agonizing eternity. When he finally emerged, he was holding one of my sweaters. He brought it to his face, inhaling deeply, a slow, deliberate inhalation, before carefully placing it back. I felt a wave of profound nausea, a sickening churning in my stomach. This couldn't be happening. How long had this been going on? How many times had he been in my home while I was away? While I was sleeping? I left work in a daze, my mind reeling, a chaotic maelstrom of fear and disbelief. I didn't know what to do. Should I confront him, risking an unpredictable escalation? Call the police, risking dismissal as a lunatic? Or simply pack my bags and flee immediately, abandoning my home to this unseen predator? When I finally arrived home, everything appeared normal, just as it always had. But now, I knew the chilling truth. I could almost perceive the spectral presence of Mr. Keegan, moving through my rooms, touching my things, a grotesque invasion of my most private space. I couldn't stay there. I frantically packed a bag, a desperate, almost frantic act, and fled to stay with a friend, showing her the horrifying video footage and explaining every terrifying detail. She, bless her unwavering belief, insisted we go to the police. The officers listened intently to my statement and watched the chilling video. They seemed genuinely concerned but issued a stark warning. Since Mr. Keegan was the landlord and technically had the right to enter for maintenance, it might be incredibly difficult to prove criminal intent. Still, they agreed to investigate. They interviewed Mr. Keegan, who, to my profound relief and morbid fascination, apparently broke down and confessed almost immediately. He'd been doing this for years, he admitted, to multiple tenants, a horrifying pattern of unseen invasion. The police found chilling evidence in his own apartment, photographs, stolen personal items, and disturbingly detailed journals meticulously documenting his intrusions. I never went back to that apartment. I simply couldn't bear the thought of being in that space, saturated with the knowledge of what had transpired there. Even after moving to a new place, a new sanctuary, it took months, agonizing months, before I could truly relax in my own home again, before the lingering shadow of fear began to recede. Sometimes, even now, I still wake up in the dead of night, utterly convinced I hear phantom footsteps outside my door. I have to consciously remind myself that it's over, that I'm safe now. But a part of me, a deep, unyielding part, wonders if I'll ever truly feel secure again. The experience imprinted upon me a harsh, indelible lesson about trust and the fragile sanctity of privacy. We cling to the comforting illusion that our homes are impenetrable sanctuaries, the one place where we can truly be ourselves, vulnerable and unburdened. But the chilling truth is, we are profoundly vulnerable. Even within our most private spaces, the locks on our doors cannot always keep out the monsters. Especially when the monster holds a key. Now, every night, I meticulously check my security cameras before I surrender to sleep. I have motion sensors on all my doors and windows, a technological fortress against the unseen. Some might dismiss it as paranoia, a neurotic tic, but I call it self-preservation. Because I know firsthand that sometimes the greatest threats aren't strangers lurking in dark, ominous alleys. Sometimes, they're the familiar faces we encounter every single day, hiding sinister secrets behind carefully constructed, friendly smiles. Mr. Keegan is in prison now, his reign of unseen terror finally ended. But I often find myself wondering about his other victims. How many lives did he invade? How many people are still out there, feeling that unsettling unease in their own homes, utterly unaware of the insidious reason why? And how many other Mr. Keegans are still out there, holding keys to countless apartments, hiding behind the benevolent facade of helpful landlords? I don't have answers to these haunting questions. All I know is that I'll never take my privacy for granted again. Because once it's violated, once that invisible boundary is breached, you realize just how precious and fragile it truly is. And no luck in the world can ever fully restore that shattered sense of security. Story 7. The moment I ripped open that battered suitcase, a primal scream caught in my throat. Stacks of crisp, emerald green bills stared back at me, a horrifying, dizzying panorama of wealth, more money than I had ever dared to conjure in my wildest, most fevered dreams. But as the pounding on my motel room door escalated, a relentless, terrifying crescendo, a chilling certainty slammed into me, finding this grotesque fortune might just cost me everything. My very life. It had been an interminable day of driving, each mile a grueling test of endurance. I was hurtling towards a new life in a new city, desperately fleeing the crumbling ruins of a failed relationship and a mountain of suffocating, soul-crushing debt. The cheap, faded motel on the outskirts of town was barely a step above a hovel, but it was all my meager budget could afford for the night. I remember distinctly thinking how utterly, unnervingly quiet the place was as I pulled into the desolate parking lot. Just a scattering of forlorn cars here and there, their owners presumably tucked away in their rooms, oblivious to the encroaching darkness. The neon vacancy sign flickered weakly, a malevolent, pulsing red glow casting an eerie, almost spectral light over the cracked, neglected asphalt. The night clerk, a stoic, indifferent figure, barely bothered to lift his gaze from the dog-eared magazine he was devouring as I checked in. He slid a key across the counter, a heavy, cold piece of actual metal, not one of those flimsy electronic cards. It felt strangely weighty in my palm, as if it carried the accumulated burdens and untold stories of all the shattered lives these walls had silently witnessed. Room 13, he mumbled, a grotesque flourish, of course. I lugged my duffel bag up the creaky, groaning stairs, each step a mournful protest, the air thick and cloying with the sickly sweet stench of stale cigarettes and cheap hair freshener, a suffocating perfume of forgotten despair. The key jammed stubbornly in the lock, and for a heart-stopping moment, a wave of despair washed over me. I thought I might be condemned to spend the night shivering in the desolate hallway. But with a final, desperate jiggle and a furious, grinding turn, the door groaned open, revealing the dismal interior. The room was precisely what I had grimly anticipated: faded, peeling wallpaper, a sagging, forgotten bed that seemed to weep under its own weight, and a television that looked like a relic from a forgotten, grainy decade. But it was clean enough, barely, and at that desperate juncture, all I craved was the searing relief of a hot shower and the blessed oblivion of sleep. That's when my eyes snagged on it. A suitcase. Sitting innocuously, almost mockingly, by the window, a dark, silent sentinel. For a single, disoriented second, a flicker of bewildered confusion, I thought perhaps I'd blundered into the wrong room, stumbled into another person's private misery. But no. This was unmistakably, chillingly, room 13. I approached it with a chilling caution, every nerve screaming, half expecting some unseen entity to lunge out, to shatter the suffocating silence with a terrifying shriek, to declare this an elaborate, cruel prank. The suitcase was old, a relic of a bygone era, its scuffed, black leather worn smooth with countless journeys, its tarnished brass fittings glinting dully in the dim, oppressive light. It looked like something ripped from the sepia-toned frames of a noir film, a silent testament to illicit secrets and desperate choices. I should have called the front desk. Right then. Should have reported the mysterious, unwelcome luggage and demanded a different room, a sanctuary from the encroaching strangeness. But a dangerous, almost irresistible curiosity, a primal, insatiable hunger for the unknown, gnawed at me. I mean, how often does one stumble upon a strange, enigmatic suitcase, pregnant with untold secrets, in a dreary motel room? The latches, stiff with age, opened with a soft, ominous click. I held my breath, a suffocating gasp, as I slowly, agonizingly, lifted the lid. Money. Stacks and stacks of crisp, unblemished $100 bills, neatly bound with paper bands, filling the suitcase to the very brim, a dizzying, overwhelming spectacle of illicit wealth. My hands, cold and clammy, shook uncontrollably as I tentatively picked up one of the thick bundles. It felt real. It smelled real. A faint, earthy scent of paper and ink, a potent aroma of untraceable currency. This had to be millions of dollars. My mind raced, a frantic maelstrom of desperate questions. Where had this come from? Was it some grotesque mistake? A drug deal gone horribly, violently wrong? I should close it, I thought, a desperate whisper of reason cutting through the intoxicating haze of greed. Close it and pretend I never saw it. Call the police, maybe. But then, another, more insidious thought, a dark, tempting siren song, slithered into my mind. I thought of my maxed-out credit cards, a suffocating chain around my neck. I thought of the crushing weight of student loans, a relentless, parasitic burden. I thought of the cramped, pathetic apartment awaiting me in the city, the paltry sum I could barely afford on my new, entry-level salary. Just as I was lost in this dizzying, intoxicating contemplation of what this unimaginable wealth could mean for my shattered, desolate life, I noticed something else. A small, discreet envelope, tucked almost imperceptibly into the silky lining of the suitcase. With trembling, leaden fingers, I opened it, pulling out a single, stark sheet of paper. The message was brief and chilling. Delivered at 1029 Cypress Avenue. You have until 2 a.m. Do not contact anyone. We're watching. My eyes darted to the clock on the nightstand, its digital glow a stark, unforgiving reminder of the rapidly dwindling time, 11:47 p.m. Just over 2 agonizing hours. My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs, threatening to burst free. This was insane. I should call the cops. Right now. But something held me back. Fear, undoubtedly, a cold, paralyzing grip. But also, a dangerous, intoxicating glimmer of opportunity. I looked at the money again, The stacks of bills mocking me, my mind already frantically calculating how much I could siphon off without it being noticed. Just a little, I thought, a desperate, greedy whisper. Just enough to pay off my debts. They'd never know. I was so utterly lost in the intoxicating labyrinth of my thoughts that I almost missed the sound. A soft knock at first, hesitant, then louder, more insistent, a sharp, intrusive rap against the door. Someone was there. My blood ran cold, a glacial river freezing in my veins. I froze, the stolen bills still clutched tightly in my trembling hand, a damning testament to my burgeoning crime. The knocking came again, more insistent this time, a relentless, demanding rhythm. Housekeeping, a muffled, disembodied voice called from beyond the barrier of the door. Housekeeping? At midnight? No. No, thank you. I called back, my voice, a thin, reedy sound, cracking with uncontrolled fear. The knocking stopped, but I could sense, with a chilling certainty, that someone was still out there, a silent, menacing presence. I tiptoed to the door, my bare feet silent against the worn carpet, and pressed my eye to the peephole. A man stood in the hallway, dressed in a motel uniform that seemed ludicrously a size too small, stretching tautly across his broad shoulders. He was looking directly at the peephole, a slight, unsettling smirk playing on his lips, a chilling curve that sent shivers down my spine. As I watched, paralyzed by a creeping dread, he reached into his pocket and pulled out something that made my blood run cold, freezing in my veins. A gun. I stumbled back from the door, a choked gasp escaping my lips, my mind reeling, a chaotic maelstrom of disbelief and raw terror. This was real. This was happening. I had to get out of here. But how? The only discernible exit was the door, and an armed, malevolent man stood on the other side, a silent sentinel of my impending doom. The window. I was on the second floor, a dangerous leap, but perhaps. The decision was brutally, violently made for me. As the doorknob began to turn, a slow, agonizing rotation, a silent invasion, I hadn't even heard him picking the lock. Panic surged through me, raw and animalistic. In a desperate, primal surge of adrenaline, I grabbed the suitcase, its weight a physical manifestation of my burgeoning nightmare, and bolted to the window. It was old, swollen with oppressive humidity, resisting my frantic attempts, but adrenaline, a powerful, desperate surge, lent me superhuman strength. It flew open with a horrifying screech, a sound that tore through the oppressive silence, just as I heard the door behind me slam open, a violent, final punctuation. I didn't think. I just jumped. The fall was both impossibly longer and terrifyingly shorter than I had anticipated. I hit the ground hard, a jarring impact that sent a shockwave of pain through my ankle, a searing, white-hot agony. But I ignored it, every nerve focused on escape. The suitcase, my grotesque burden, tumbled from my grasp, scattering its illicit contents for a fleeting, terrifying moment. I could hear shouts from above, the sudden eruption of furious voices, the frantic sound of running feet. I scooped up the suitcase, clutching it to me like a desperate lifeline, and ran. My car, a rusted, battered sanctuary, was just a few spaces away. If I could just make it. A gunshot rang out, the deafening crack tearing through the oppressive silence of the night, the bullet pinging off the pavement near my feet, a stark, terrifying reminder of the lethal stakes. I yelled, a raw, involuntary cry of terror, and ran faster, my injured ankle screaming in protest with every agonizing step, a dull, insistent throb of pain. I reached my car, my hands fumbling frantically with the keys. Another shot, this one shattering my rear window, a deafening explosion of glass. I dove inside, scrambling into the driver's seat, jammed the key into the ignition, and peeled out of the parking lot, tires squealing in protest, a desperate, frantic escape. In my rear-view mirror, a horrifying tableau, two men, dark, menacing figures, running after me, but they quickly fell behind, their furious pursuit futile against my desperate flight. I drove aimlessly, frantically, taking random, desperate turns, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. After about 20 minutes, an eternity of raw nerves, when I was absolutely certain I wasn't being followed, I pulled into an empty parking lot, a desolate, isolated expanse. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely turn off the engine, the lingering tremor a physical manifestation of the terror I had just endured. What had I done? What had I gotten myself into? I looked at the suitcase, a dark, heavy presence, sitting on the passenger seat. In the desperate heat of the moment, a moment of pure, unthinking survival, I'd grabbed it without a second thought. Now, I was stuck with it. And whatever terrifying, unknown trouble came with it. I checked my phone, its screen glowing with an ominous light, 12:43 a.m. A little over an hour until the deadline. I had a choice to make, a terrifying, life-altering decision that hung heavy in the air. I could go to the police, confess everything, maybe they could protect me from whoever was after this money, from the unseen forces that now dictated my fate. Or I could make the delivery, hoping, praying, that whoever was behind this would simply let me walk away, free from this horrifying entanglement. Or, I looked at the suitcase again, its illicit contents mocking me, I could run. Take the money and disappear. Start a new life somewhere far, far away, a new identity forged in the crucible of fear. Each option seemed impossible, fraught with unimaginable danger, each path leading into a terrifying unknown. But I had to decide. The clock was ticking, each second a hammer blow against my sanity, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that somewhere out there, someone was watching. Waiting. With a deep, shuddering breath, I started the car. Whatever I decided, there was no going back now. The quiet, ordinary life I'd known, the comforting monotony of routine, was over. All because of one night. One room. One mysterious, malevolent suitcase. As the city lights blurred past my windows, distorted streaks of color against the inky blackness, I couldn't help but wonder. When this night was finally over, would I be rich beyond my wildest dreams? In jail, a prisoner of my desperate choices? Or worse? Only time would tell. And time, I knew all too well, was quickly, terrifyingly, running out. Story 8. The first guttural crack of thunder made me lurch, a raw, involuntary gasp escaping my lips. But it was the second sound, a low, mournful moan that seemed to emanate from the very ancient, splintered timbers of the old barn itself, that turned my blood to ice, freezing it in my veins. I had sought refuge, a desperate, shivering haven from the raging tempest, but as the shadows around me began to ride and shift in ways shadows absolutely shouldn't, a terrifying realization slammed into me. I had stumbled, blindly and unknowingly, straight into a nightmare, a grotesque trap laid by something ancient and malevolent. It had begun innocently enough, a simple camping trip, a desperate, primal need to clear my head after the devastating wreckage of a messy breakup and the suffocating pressure of losing my job. Just me, my trusty tent, and the vast, indifferent embrace of the great outdoors. I'd chosen a remote, isolated spot deep within the whispering woods, miles from the nearest town, the quintessential perfect place to reconnect with nature's raw power and to, perhaps, momentarily forget the crushing weight of my problems. The first 2 days unfolded with a deceptive tranquility, precisely what my fractured spirit craved: the crisp, clean air, the profound, almost spiritual quiet, the simple, grounding rhythm of gathering firewood and cooking over an open flame. I felt more relaxed, more at peace, than I had in months. But on the third day, the world began to tilt on its axis. I awoke to an oppressive shroud of dark, bruised clouds rolling in, the air thick and heavy with the ominous promise of impending rain. I should have packed up then, fled back to the comforting embrace of civilization, but a foolish, stubborn optimism clung to me. I convinced myself it was merely a passing shower, a fleeting tantrum of nature. I could simply wait it out. By mid-afternoon, however, a sickening dread coiled in my gut, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I had made a grave, irrevocable mistake. The wind whipped up, a furious, howling beast tearing through the trees with a savage intensity that bent ancient branches into grotesque, pleading forms and sent leaves swirling in a frantic, desperate dance. The first drops of rain, fat and heavy like tears of the sky, quickly escalated into a deluge, a suffocating curtain of water that had me scrambling frantically to secure my tent. It was a losing battle. Within minutes, my campsite was a soggy, ruined mess. I needed to find better shelter. And fast. That's when a flicker of desperate hope ignited within me, the old barn. I remembered passing it on my hike the day before, a silent, imposing silhouette against the distant hills. It was about a mile away, a daunting trek in this escalating tempest, but it was my only viable option, my last desperate hope. I grabbed my backpack, haphazardly stuffing in what essentials I could salvage, and set off through the worsening storm, each step a desperate fight against the elements. By the time I reached the barn, I was utterly soaked to the bone, shivering uncontrollably, my teeth chattering a frantic rhythm. The structure loomed before me, a dark, hulking silhouette against the bruised, gray sky. It was larger than I remembered, and in the oppressive gloom of the storm, it looked far more ominous, more malevolent, than it had under the deceptive warmth of the sunshine. I hesitated at the entrance, a sudden, profound unease seizing me. There was something undeniably off about the place, a deep, unsettling stillness that seemed unnatural, even with the raging storm thrashing around it. Another deafening crack of thunder, a sudden, blinding flash of lightning, made the decision for me. I ducked inside, grateful, profoundly grateful, for the immediate reprieve from the brutal assault of the rain. The interior was dim, cloaked in a suffocating twilight, lit only by the occasional, fleeting flash of lightning that sliced through the narrow gaps in the ancient wooden walls. The air was thick and cloying with the heavy scent of damp hay and something else, something musty, something undeniably unpleasant that I couldn't quite place, a faint, sickly aroma that pricked at my senses. I moved deeper into the barn, my eyes slowly, painfully adjusting to the oppressive darkness. Old, skeletal farm equipment cast grotesque, distorted shadows, transforming into monstrous forms in the flickering light. I could hear the faint, unsettling scurrying of small, unseen animals in the far corners, a subtle tremor against the oppressive quiet. But overall, it seemed dry and, crucially, secure. A good place to wait out the relentless storm. I found a relatively clean patch of hay, its dry blades a small comfort, and sank down, rummaging frantically in my backpack for a dry shirt, a desperate attempt at warmth. That's when I heard it. A sound so faint, so ephemeral, that at first I dismissed it, a mere trick of my overtaxed mind. A whisper. Like someone exhaling a long, slow, mournful breath. I froze, my hand still buried in my backpack, every nerve screaming. "Hello?" I called out, my voice, a fragile, reedy sound, seeming unnaturally loud, grotesquely amplified, in the vast, empty confines of the barn. "Is someone there?" No response. Just the mournful howling of the wind outside, a tormented shriek, and the steady, relentless drumming of rain on the roof, a monotonous, maddening rhythm. I shook my head, a desperate attempt to dispel the growing dread, laughing nervously at my own foolish jumpiness. Of course no one was here. It was just an old, empty barn in the middle of nowhere. I changed into my dry clothes, the crisp fabric of fleeting comfort, and tried to settle down, to force a semblance of calm. The storm showed no signs of letting up, a relentless, unyielding beast, and I grimly resigned myself to spending the night here. It wasn't ideal, far from it, but it was undeniably better than being trapped out in that suffocating downpour, exposed to the elements. As night truly fell, descending like a heavy, velvet shroud, the darkness in the barn became absolute, a suffocating, impenetrable void. My flashlight, a desperate, meager comfort, cast a weak, trembling beam that seemed to be immediately swallowed up by the vast, hungry shadows. I kept it on, clinging to its small circle of light, a fragile tether to sanity, though it did little, painfully little, to dispel the growing, pervasive sense of profound unease that was steadily settling over me. That's when the noises began. At first, it was just the mundane symphony of creaks and groans, the natural protest of old wood settling under the relentless weight of time. I rationalized it, a desperate, internal whisper of reason. But then came sounds I couldn't explain away so easily, sounds that defied any logical explanation. Scratching noises from the walls themselves, an insidious, persistent gnawing. Soft thuds from the hayloft above, heavy, deliberate impacts. And worst of all, that whispering sound again, a ghostly, insidious murmur, closer now, impossibly close, like someone was standing just beyond the desperate reach of my trembling flashlight beam, breathing down my neck. I pulled my knees to my chest, curling into a desperate, fetal position, my eyes darting wildly, frantically, through the oppressive darkness. This wasn't right. This wasn't just an old barn. I shouldn't be here. Every primal instinct, every raw nerve ending, screamed at me to run, to flee into the storm, to escape this growing horror. Storm or no storm. But where would I go? I was miles from anywhere, utterly isolated in the middle of a dense, unforgiving forest, swallowed by pitch darkness and the relentless, suffocating rain. A particularly loud, jarring thud from above, a sudden, violent impact, made me yelp, a raw, involuntary cry of terror. I swung my flashlight towards the sound, the beam cutting a desperate, trembling swath through the darkness, and for a split second, a fleeting, terrifying glimpse, I thought I saw something move in the hayloft. A dark, amorphous shape too large, too unnatural to be an animal, ducking swiftly out of sight, "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking with pure, unadulterated fear. "This isn't funny." That's when the whispering started again, but this time, it was clearer, more distinct, the words slithering into my consciousness with chilling clarity. "Join us," it seemed to say, the sound emanating from everywhere and nowhere at once, a chilling, disembodied chorus. "Stay with us." I scrambled to my feet, my legs trembling violently beneath me, my heart pounding so hard I could feel its frantic rhythm echoing in my throat, threatening to burst free. This couldn't be happening. I had to be dreaming, or hallucinating, or... A cold, skeletal hand, impossibly long and thin, touched my shoulder. I screamed, a raw, primal shriek, spinning around and swinging my flashlight like a desperate weapon, its beam cutting a frantic, trembling arc through the darkness. The light caught something. A face. Pale and gaunt, with eyes that reflected the light like a predator's, gleaming with an unnatural, malevolent intensity. It grinned at me, a horrifying, elongated stretch of flesh, revealing teeth that were far too sharp, far too numerous, to be human. I ran. I didn't think, didn't plan, just ran blindly, instinctively, towards where I vaguely remembered the door being. I could hear movement all around me now, a horrifying symphony of rustling hay and the protesting creaking of floorboards as unseen, malevolent things gave chase, their unseen presence a suffocating weight. I slammed into the barn door with enough force to knock the wind out of me, a painful, desperate impact, my trembling fingers fumbling frantically with the stubborn latch in pure, unadulterated panic. It wouldn't budge. I was trapped. Hands, cold and impossibly strong, grabbed at me from behind, their grip like iron bands. I thrashed and kicked, a desperate, frantic struggle, somehow, miraculously, breaking free from their relentless grasp. In a final, desperate act of defiance, I threw myself at one of the ancient walls, where I'd noticed tiny, almost imperceptible gaps in the planks, hoping for a miracle. The old wood, rotten with age and neglect, gave way with a splintering crack, a sound like a tortured shriek, and suddenly, mercifully, I was outside. Rain lashed at my face, a cold, brutal baptism, but it was a welcome sensation compared to the horror I had just escaped. I didn't stop to see if I was being followed. I just ran, stumbling blindly through the dark, unforgiving forest, branches whipping at my face and arms, each stinging blow a harsh reminder of my desperate flight. I ran until my lungs burned, a searing agony, and my legs felt like leaden jelly, each muscle screaming in protest. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, my body heaving, a chilling realization slammed into me, I had no idea where I was. The storm still raged around me, a furious, relentless beast, but it was infinitely preferable to the unspeakable horrors I had left behind in that cursed barn. As the adrenaline began to recede, leaving me weak and trembling, the grim reality of my situation sank in. I was utterly lost in the dense, suffocating woods, in the middle of a relentless storm, with no supplies, no sense of direction, and no idea which way to go. But even that seemed better, infinitely better, than going back. I started walking, blindly picking a direction at random, my only hope that it would somehow lead me to a road, a house, anything that signified the presence of human civilization. As I trudged through the relentless rain, my mind ceaselessly replayed the horrifying tableau I'd witnessed in the barn. It couldn't have been real. Maybe I'd eaten some poisonous berries, or hit my head, or... A distant sound, faint yet distinct, made me stop dead in my tracks, every nerve screaming with renewed hope. Was that a car engine? Hope surged through me, a desperate, electrifying current. I changed direction, moving as fast as my battered body would allow, towards the faint, beckoning sound. After what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only minutes, I burst out of the tree line, onto a road, its asphalt a dark, glistening ribbon. Headlights appeared in the distance, growing steadily brighter, two piercing eyes in the darkness. I waved my arms frantically, a desperate, almost deranged gesture, praying they'd see me. The car slowed, then mercifully stopped. An older couple, their faces etched with concern, peered out at me. "Are you all right, son?" the man asked, his voice gentle, kind, a stark contrast to the malevolence I had just escaped. As I approached, I opened my mouth to explain, but how could I? How could I possibly articulate the unspeakable horrors I had witnessed in that barn without sounding utterly, completely insane? I got lost, I managed to stammer, my voice raw and hoarse. "Can you help me get to town?" They were kind enough to give me a ride, their unspoken concern a warm blanket around my shattered self. As we drove away, I kept looking back, a desperate, haunting ritual, half expecting to see those pale faces and sharp-toothed grins materializing in the rearview mirror, chasing us from the darkness. But there was nothing. Only the impenetrable blackness and the lingering, relentless rain. I never went camping again after that night. Sometimes, when the wind howls just right, a mournful, spectral sound, I can still hear those whispers. "Join us," they say. "Stay with us." And I know, with a chilling certainty that pierces me to my very core, that somewhere out there, in a forest I will never, ever visit again, there's an old barn. Waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to seek shelter from the storm. Story 9. The moment I realized Sarah was gone, it felt as if I'd been plunged into an icy, suffocating lake. 1 second, her presence was palpable, real, sitting right there beside me in the passenger seat. The next, nothing. Just an empty, gaping void where a person should have been, a terrifying, inexplicable absence. It was as if the relentless, churning, rainy night had reached into the very confines of my car and simply swallowed her whole, leaving me utterly alone with a horrifying, inexplicable mystery that would relentlessly haunt me for years to come. It had been an interminable day at the office, the kind that seemed to stretch on forever, each minute an eternity, where the fluorescent lights hummed with a malevolent drone, draining your very soul, and the clock on the wall, a mocking sentinel, taunted you with its agonizingly slow ticking. I was the last one out, as usual, the final lock clicking shut with a mournful echo, just as the bruised, swollen storm clouds rolled in, darkening the already oppressive twilight. That's when I saw Sarah. She was huddled beneath the building's awning, a fragile, shivering silhouette, clutching her jacket tight around her, as if it could offer any protection from the impending deluge. I knew her vaguely. She worked in accounting, 2 floors below me. We'd exchanged fleeting pleasantries in the elevator a few times, a polite nod, a murmured greeting, but that was the extent of our connection. "Need a ride?" I called out, my voice cutting through the growing wind, already feeling the first cold, insistent raindrops on my face. She looked up, her face etched with relief, a desperate flicker of hope in her eyes. "Are you sure? I don't want to impose." I waved off her concern, a dismissive gesture. "It's no trouble." Where do you live?" As it turned out, her apartment was miraculously on my way home. We dashed to my car, a frantic scramble against the escalating storm, the rain already coming down in relentless, suffocating sheets. Once inside, I cranked up the heat, feeling a surprising pang of concern as I noticed how she shivered slightly in her damp clothes. "Thanks again," she said, offering a small, tentative smile, a fragile light in the deepening gloom. "I usually take the bus, but with this weather." "No problem," I replied, pulling out of the parking lot, the tires squealing a protest against the wet asphalt. "I'm Tom, by the way. I don't think we've ever properly introduced ourselves." "Sarah," she said, her voice soft, though I already knew her name. "Nice to finally meet you, Tom." We fell into an easy, almost comfortable conversation as I navigated the rain-slicked, treacherous streets. Sarah was funny and quick-witted, her laughter a surprising balm against the escalating storm, and I found myself genuinely enjoying her company far more than I had ever anticipated. We talked about work, the mundane details of our week, our weekend plans, the latest, juicy office gossip. It felt nice. Normal. The rain was intensifying, each drop a percussive assault against the windshield, making it nearly impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. I leaned forward, squinting through the blurring glass, the windshield wipers, frantic in their losing battle, working overtime. "This is crazy," I muttered, my voice barely audible over the roar of the storm. "I can barely see the road. Maybe we should pull over," Sarah suggested, a note of genuine concern threading through her voice. I shook my head, a stubborn refusal. "We're almost to your place. Just a few more minutes." I glanced over at her, forcing a smile, hoping it conveyed a reassurance I was far from feeling. She smiled back, a fleeting, almost spectral curve of her lips, but there was a palpable tension etched around her eyes, a subtle tremor that betrayed a deeper unease. That was the last time I saw her. I wrenched my attention back to the road, focusing with desperate intensity on not hydroplaning in the treacherous, deep puddles that were rapidly forming. The rhythmic swish of the wipers, a monotonous, maddening sound, and the drumming of rain on the roof filled the car, a suffocating symphony of the storm. "Any big plans this weekend?" I asked, forcing a casual tone, trying to lighten the oppressive mood. No response. "Sarah?" I turned to look at her again, a casual gesture, and my heart, a frantic, desperate bird, nearly stopped dead in my chest. The passenger seat was empty. Utterly, terrifyingly, empty. I slammed on the brakes, the car fishtailing wildly, a controlled skid, before shuddering to a complete stop. For a long, agonizing moment, I just sat there, staring at the vacant seat, trying desperately to process what I was seeing, or rather, what I wasn't seeing. "Sarah." I called out again, louder this time, my voice raw with a desperate, burgeoning terror. Maybe she'd somehow slipped into the back seat? But no, that was empty too. I got out of the car, the relentless rain immediately soaking through my clothes, chilling me to the bone. "Sarah," I yelled, my voice barely audible over the roaring tempest, a desperate cry against the indifferent storm. There was no sign of her anywhere. My mind raced, a frantic maelstrom of impossible possibilities. Had she jumped out of the car? But why? And how hadn't I noticed? The door hadn't opened. I would have felt the sudden rush of wind and rain, a violent intrusion. and we'd been going at least 40 miles per hour. If she'd somehow fallen out, she'd be seriously injured, lying broken on the asphalt. I walked up and down the street, a desperate, futile search, calling her name, peering into the suffocating darkness, but there was nothing. Just empty sidewalks and the relentless, unyielding rain. After what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only minutes, I got back in the car, shaking uncontrollably from both the bone-deep cold and the profound shock. I sat there, water dripping from my hair, desperately trying to make sense of the incomprehensible, to force a shred of logic into the terrifying void. Had I imagined her? No, that was impossible. We'd had an entire, real conversation. I could still distinctly smell her perfume lingering in the car, a ghost of her presence, a chilling, undeniable testament. I drove home in a daze, my mind relentlessly replaying every agonizing moment of the drive. By the time I reached my apartment, a desperate, self-preserving delusion had taken hold. I'd convinced myself that I must have simply dropped her off and somehow, inexplicably, forgotten about it. Stress and fatigue, after all, could wreak strange, insidious havoc on a person's memory, couldn't they? But when I checked my phone, a cold dread gripped me. There were no messages from Sarah, no thank you for the ride, no casual pleasantries. And when I got to work on Monday, ready to stammer out an apology for my apparent lapse in memory, I was met with confused, bewildered looks. "Sarah from accounting?" the receptionist asked, frowning, a puzzled crease forming between her brows. "We don't have anyone by that name working here." I felt like I was losing my mind, spiraling into an abyss of disbelief and fear. I described Sarah, her dark hair, her striking green eyes, the faint, distinctive little scar on her left hand. But no one, absolutely no one, seemed to know who I was talking about. I went down to the accounting department, a desperate, last-ditch effort, clinging to the hope that there had been some simple misunderstanding, a clerical error. But as I walked through the office, a chilling realization solidified. I didn't recognize anyone there. Faces I thought I knew suddenly seemed alien, unfamiliar, distorted. "Can I help you?" a woman asked, noticing my bewildered wandering, her voice polite but edged with suspicion. "I'm looking for Sarah," I said, my voice sounding strange, alien even to my own ears. "She works here in accounting." The woman shook her head, a slow, deliberate movement. "I'm sorry, there's no Sarah in this department." "Are you sure you have the right floor?" I mumbled a hollow apology and left, my head spinning, a chaotic maelstrom of confusion and despair. Back at my desk, I tried desperately to focus on work, but I couldn't shake the pervasive, chilling feeling that something was terribly, profoundly wrong. During my lunch break, driven by an insatiable, desperate need for answers, I decided to do some digging. I scoured the company directory, searched social media, even delved into local news articles, a frantic, futile quest. There was no trace of Sarah anywhere. As the days bled into weeks, a suffocating obsession consumed me. I retraced our drive that night countless times, a desperate, ritualistic act, always in the rain, hoping to somehow recreate the impossible conditions, to force the truth to reveal itself. I put up flyers with her description, much to the growing concern of my coworkers, who were beginning to eye me with a mixture of pity and genuine worry about my mental state. I even went to the police, a desperate, final plea, but without a last name or any tangible proof that Sarah had ever existed, they couldn't do much. The detective listened to my story with a mixture of skepticism and profound pity. "Look, Mr. Thompson," he said gently, his voice devoid of judgment, "sometimes our minds play tricks on us, especially in stressful situations. Are you sure you didn't just imagine this woman?" But I knew. I knew with a chilling, undeniable certainty that I hadn't imagined her. The memory of our conversation was too vivid, too painfully real. The way she laughed at my lame jokes, a genuine, melodic sound. The subtle crinkle around her eyes when she smiled, a fleeting, tender expression. These weren't things you could simply invent, conjure from the depths of a tired mind. Months passed, and slowly, agonizingly slowly, life began to return to a semblance of normalcy. Or at least, a new kind of normal, a hollow imitation of what had been. I still thought about Sarah every single day, her spectral presence a constant ache, but the consuming intensity of my desperate search faded. I had to accept that I might never truly know what happened that rain-swept night, that the terrifying truth might forever remain beyond my grasp. And then, exactly 1 year later, it happened again. I was driving home from work, another late night, another relentless, suffocating rainstorm. As I stopped at a red light, a mundane, everyday occurrence, I glanced over at the passenger seat, out of habit, a fleeting, almost unconscious gesture. My heart nearly stopped. Sarah was sitting there, looking exactly as she had that night, a year ago. She turned to me, her face etched with a profound, aching sadness, a faint, melancholic smile playing on her lips. "Hello, Tom," she said softly, her voice a whispered echo from another time. "I'm sorry I disappeared on you like that." I couldn't speak, couldn't move. I just stared at her, utterly paralyzed by a profound mixture of terror and overwhelming disbelief, afraid that if I blinked, if I dared to tear my gaze away, she'd simply vanish again. "I know you have questions," she continued, her voice filled with an ancient, weary wisdom, "but I can't answer them. I'm not even sure I understand it myself. All I know is that sometimes on rainy nights like this, I exist. And sometimes I don't." The light turned green, but I remained frozen, oblivious to the world outside, to the angry symphony of horns behind me. "You have to let me go, Tom," Sarah said, her form already beginning to shimmer, to fade, like a fading dream. "For both our sakes. Just remember, not everything in this world can be explained. Some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved." And with that, she was gone again. I sat there, oblivious to the furious honking behind me, tears streaming down my face, mingling with the relentless rain, a hot, bitter deluge. A part of me, a deep, unyielding part, screamed to start searching again, to prove to myself and to everyone else that I wasn't crazy, that she was real. But a larger part, a newfound wisdom, knew that Sarah was right. Some things simply cannot be explained, cannot be solved. As I finally drove home, a profound weight seemed to lift from my shoulders. The mystery of Sarah would forever be a part of me, a haunting, beautiful reminder that the world is far stranger, far more wonderful, and terrifying, than we can ever truly imagine. And on rainy nights, I'd always keep an eye on my passenger seat, a silent, hopeful vigil, just in case. Because you never know when someone might suddenly appear, or disappear, right before your very eyes. Story 10. The rhythmic thud of my feet hitting the pavement, a comforting, familiar sound, was suddenly, sickeningly, joined by another set of footsteps, perfectly in sync with mine, yet always just beyond the periphery of my vision. The moment I realized I wasn't alone in that park, every horror movie I'd ever watched, every chilling nightmare, flashed through my mind in a terrifying, rapid-fire montage. As the shadows stretched longer, twisting into grotesque, menacing forms, and my heart hammered a frantic, desperate rhythm against my ribs, I knew with a cold, absolute certainty, this late-night run, my usual sanctuary, was about to violently transform into a nightmare I might never escape. It had begun innocently enough, a typical Tuesday. Work, as usual, had been a suffocating crucible of stress, and by the time I staggered home, I was a coiled bundle of raw nerves and pent-up energy. A run, my infallible antidote, always helped clear the suffocating fog from my head, a cleansing ritual. So, I laced up my shoes, the familiar act of small comfort, and headed for Oakwood Park, a mere few blocks from my apartment. The park, however, possessed a different, more ominous aura at night. The familiar playground and picnic areas, innocent in daylight, now took on an eerie, almost spectral quality in the dim, scattered glow of the distant street lights. But I'd run here countless times before, and the profound, almost sacred solitude of the night was, for me, part of its irresistible appeal. Just me, the rhythmic sound of my own breathing, and the gentle, whispering rustle of leaves in the evening breeze, a symphony of peace. I embarked on my usual route, a winding, familiar path that looped around the park's perimeter, a comforting, well-worn rhythm. The first lap unfolded without incident. I focused on my breathing, the deep, cleansing inhalations, feeling the day's accumulated tension begin to melt away with each steady, pounding step. By the second lap, I had settled into a comfortable, almost meditative rhythm. That's when I first noticed it. A sound. Just on the very edge of my hearing, almost imperceptible at first, a faint, disquieting whisper. Initially, I dismissed it, a trick of acoustics, just an echo of my own footsteps bouncing off the ancient trees. But as I rounded a bend in the path, a chilling realization slammed into me, it was something else. Another set of footfalls. Perfectly matching my pace, a ghostly, synchronized rhythm. I glanced over my shoulder, a quick, almost involuntary movement, expecting to see another late-night runner, a fellow seeker of nocturnal solitude. But the path behind me was utterly empty, stretching into the dim, deceptive darkness. A visceral chill, a cold tendril of dread, snaked down my spine, despite the surprising warmth of the evening air. I picked up my pace slightly, pushing myself harder, desperately trying to rationalize it away, muttering to myself that I was being ridiculous. It was probably just an animal in the underbrush, startled by my presence. Or perhaps, my imagination, a cruel, insidious tormentor, was playing wicked tricks on me. But the sound persisted, relentlessly, always behind me, always in perfect, unsettling sync with my own steps. I tried varying my speed, a desperate experiment, even stopping abruptly at one point, my breath held tight in my chest. Each time, the phantom footsteps adjusted, an uncanny, malevolent precision, maintaining that eerie, horrifying synchronization. My heart was hammering now, a frantic, desperate drumbeat against my ribs, and not merely from the exertion. A profound, suffocating sense of exposure, of utter vulnerability, enveloped me. The park, which had always been my sanctuary, my refuge from the world's harshness, suddenly felt like a sinister trap, its winding paths a labyrinth of unseen dangers. The ancient trees that line the path seemed to loom over me, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal, accusing fingers. I made a desperate decision to cut my run short, to abandon my routine, and to race back to the comforting, beckoning safety of the park entrance. As I veered abruptly onto the main path, my eyes, wide and darting, caught a fleeting flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, a dark shape, a fleeting, ephemeral presence, just ducking behind a massive, ancient tree. "Hello?" I called out, my voice, a fragile, reedy sound, seeming unnaturally loud, grotesquely amplified, in the profound quiet of the park. "Is someone there?" No response. Just the distant, almost comforting hum of traffic from beyond the park's boundaries and the soft, almost imperceptible rustling of leaves, a mocking whisper in the wind. I started walking briskly towards the exit, forcing myself to maintain a semblance of calm, fighting the overwhelming urge to break into a frantic sprint. Running would make me look like prey, I desperately reasoned. Better to stay calm and alert, to project an air of control. But the footsteps behind me quickened, a malevolent mimicry, matching my new, hurried pace. They sounded closer now, no longer attempting to hide their chilling presence. I could distinctly hear the sharp, ominous crunch of gravel, the soft, rhythmic thud of feet on grass. I couldn't help it. I ran. I sprinted down the path, a desperate, frantic flight, my breath coming in ragged, searing gasps, my lungs burning with each agonizing inhalation. The footsteps behind me, a relentless, terrifying pursuit, broke into a run as well, growing louder, closer, each pounding impact a hammer blow against my sanity. I chanced another terrified look over my shoulder and saw it, a figure, emerging from the oppressive shadows, tall, unnaturally thin, moving with a fluid, almost inhuman grace that defied every law of physics. I pushed harder, my legs screaming in protest, burning with a desperate, raw effort. The park entrance was just ahead, a beacon of tantalizing safety, the bright street lights of the main road a blinding, beckoning promise. Just a little further. Then, something caught my foot, a sudden, unseen obstacle, and I went sprawling onto the path, a sickening, jarring impact. Pain shot through my hands and knees, searing, white-hot agony as they scraped violently against the rough gravel. I scrambled desperately to get up, every nerve screaming, utterly certain that at any moment I would feel cold, unyielding hands grabbing me, pulling me back into the suffocating darkness, into the maw of the unseen. But when I managed to turn around, a terrifying, disoriented swivel, there was nothing. No shadowy figure. No sound of footsteps. Just the empty path, stretching back into the dimly lit park, a silent, mocking testament to my terror. I didn't wait to see if my unseen pursuer would reappear. I limped as fast as my battered body would allow, a desperate, hobbling flight, to the park entrance, not stopping, not daring to glance back, until I was safely ensconced beneath the bright, almost blinding lights of the main street. Only then did I dare to pause, to lean against a lamppost, desperately trying to catch my breath, my hands on my knees as I gulped in great, shuddering mouthfuls of air. A couple walking their dog, their faces etched with concern, gave me a long, searching look as they passed. I must have been quite a sight, sweaty, wide-eyed with terror, with bloody palms and torn running clothes, a stark, undeniable testament to my ordeal. "Are you okay?" the woman asked, her voice gentle, kind, taking a tentative step towards me. I nodded, unable to trust my voice just yet, afraid it would crack. betraying the sheer terror that still gripped me. They lingered for a moment, clearly unsure whether to believe me, their faces still etched with a lingering suspicion, before continuing on their way, their footsteps fading into the night. As my breathing slowly, agonizingly slowed, and the adrenaline began to recede, leaving me weak and trembling, I started to doubt myself. Had there really been someone following me? Or had I, in my exhaustion and burgeoning paranoia, allowed my imagination to run wild, twisting normal nighttime park sounds into something sinister, something malevolent? I looked back at the park entrance. Everything seemed peaceful now, utterly calm. No shadowy figures. No phantom footsteps. Just a quiet, empty park at night, bathed in the dim glow of distant street lights. Shaking my head, a desperate attempt to dispel the lingering dread, I turned to walk home. I'd barely gone a block when I heard it again. Footsteps. Matching my pace exactly. Coming from just behind me. I whirled around, a frantic, desperate pivot, ready to confront whoever, or whatever, had been stalking me. But the sidewalk was empty. Utterly, terrifyingly empty. The sound stopped the moment I did. A car drove by, its headlights sweeping across the street in a blinding arc. For just a split second, a horrifying, impossible glimpse, I saw something that made my blood run cold, a shadow cast on the sidewalk beside me. A shadow that didn't match my own. I ran. I ran all the way home, a desperate, frantic sprint, not daring to look back again, not daring to confirm the impossible. I slammed my apartment door shut behind me, the sound a desperate echo in the silent hall, locking it with shaking, ice-cold hands. Only when I was safely inside, the flimsy barrier a psychological comfort, did I allow myself to break down, sliding to the floor, my body racked with raw, guttural sobs. What had happened in that park? Who, or what, had been following me? The rational part of my brain, a desperate, clinging fragment, tried to conjure explanations, stress-induced hallucinations, an overactive imagination fueled by too many late-night horror movies, maybe even some twisted prankster getting their kicks by scaring lone runners. But deep down, a chilling certainty gnawed at me. I knew. None of those mundane explanations fit. What I had experienced was something else. Something that didn't belong in the world as I understood it. I didn't sleep that night. Every subtle creak of the floorboards, every gentle rustle of the curtains in the unseen breeze, made me jump, a raw, exposed nerve. I kept expecting to hear those footsteps outside my door, a rhythmic, insistent haunting, to see that impossibly tall, thin figure looming in my bedroom doorway, its form a silhouette of pure terror. Morning came, and with it, a fragile semblance of normalcy. In the harsh, unforgiving light of day, my terrifying experience in the park seemed almost laughable, a grotesque, exaggerated dream. I went to work, desperately trying to push the horrifying memories of the previous night to the furthest recesses of my mind, to bury them deep. But as evening approached, as the long shadows began to stretch, I felt that familiar, pervasive dread creeping back in, a cold, insidious tendril. The very thought of going home, of being utterly alone in my apartment as darkness fell, was unbearable, a suffocating weight. I stayed late at the office, long after everyone else had gone home, the quiet hum of the building a sterile, temporary comfort. When I finally forced myself to leave, I took a taxi instead of walking, even though my apartment was only a few blocks away, an act of desperate self-preservation. As we drove past Oakwood Park, A primal, morbid curiosity compelled me. I found myself staring out the window, my eyes scanning the oppressive shadows between the ancient trees. For a moment, a fleeting, terrifying glimpse, I thought I saw something. A flash of movement. A figure. Standing unnaturally still among the bushes, a silent sentinel. The taxi driver, oblivious to my inner turmoil, must have noticed my profound unease. "Everything okay back there?" he asked, his eyes, concerned and questioning, meeting mine in the rearview mirror. I tore my gaze away from the park, breaking the chilling, unseen connection. "Yeah," I said, forcing a casual tone, trying desperately to sound more confident than I felt. "Everything's fine." But I knew it wasn't. Because as we drove away, as the park receded into the inky blackness, I could have sworn I saw that figure step out onto the path. And even though we were moving, even though it was utterly, terrifyingly impossible, I heard it. Footsteps. Perfectly in sync with the relentless motion of the car. Following me home. I haven't been back to Oakwood Park since that night. I've changed my running route, drastically, religiously sticking to well-lit streets and populated areas, seeking the false comfort of human presence. But sometimes, when I'm walking home late, the city lights blurring into an indistinct haze, or lying awake in the suffocating darkness of my apartment, trying desperately to find solace in the silence, I hear it. That soft, steady rhythm of footsteps. Always just out of sight. And I wonder, are they getting closer? Story 11. The scratching at the window was so faint at first, so utterly delicate, I dismissed it, attributing it to the innocent dance of wind-whipped branches against the glass. But as the sound grew more insistent, a relentless, deliberate rhythm, a glacial chill, cold and absolute, snaked down my spine, freezing my blood in my veins. I was miles from civilization, a desolate island in a sea of ancient trees, utterly alone in a cabin I'd rented for a desperately needed, peaceful getaway. Yet something unseen and malevolent, was out there in the suffocating darkness, relentlessly attempting to gain entry. And as I would soon discover, this was merely the terrifying genesis of a nightmare that would relentlessly push me to the very brink of sanity. I'd booked the cabin on a whim, a spontaneous, almost desperate act, a primal need for an escape from the suffocating chaos of city life and the relentless, crushing pressure of my high-stress job. The online listing had promised seclusion and profound tranquility, nestled deep within the whispering woods, with no neighbors for miles, just the vast, indifferent embrace of nature. It had sounded utterly perfect. The drive up had been a visual symphony, winding through dense, ancient forests and alongside crystal-clear streams that glinted like shattered diamonds in the sunlight. As I pulled up to the cabin, a profound weight seemed to lift from my shoulders, a tangible burden finally shed. The place was charming, if a bit rustic, a small, two-story log structure with a wide, welcoming porch and large, inviting windows overlooking the sprawling wilderness, a panoramic vista of untouched beauty. The first day unfolded with a deceptive serenity, precisely what my fractured spirit craved. I hiked the nearby trails, inhaling deeply the crisp, pure mountain air, a cleansing breath that seemed to scrub away the grime of city life. I spent the evening curled up by the crackling fireplace, the warmth a comforting embrace, lost in the pages of a good book, the fictional world a welcome escape. The silence was profound, almost spiritual, broken only by the occasional, mournful call of a distant bird or the gentle, whispering rustle of leaves in the breeze, a symphony of peace. It wasn't until the second night that an insidious, creeping sense of dread began to settle over me. I'd surrendered to sleep early, lulled by the profound peace and quiet, a deceptive calm. But sometime in the dead of night, I jolted violently awake, my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic, desperate drumbeat. For a moment, a disoriented flicker, I couldn't pinpoint what malevolent force had disturbed me. Then I heard it, footsteps. Slow, deliberate, methodical. Circling the cabin. I lay there, rigid with terror, barely daring to breathe, straining every nerve, every fiber of my being, to catch every agonizing sound. The footsteps completed a full circuit around the house, a slow, methodical patrol, then paused. A long, agonizing moment of suffocating silence. Followed, abruptly, by a sharp, insistent tap on my bedroom window. I nearly leapt out of my skin, a raw, involuntary gasp escaping my lips. The rational part of my brain, a desperate, clinging fragment, desperately tried to conjure mundane explanations. It was probably just a branch, blown by the wind, a harmless protest against the elements. Or maybe some nocturnal animal, a curious, innocent creature. But as I listened, every nerve screaming, I heard it again. Tap. 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 Too rhythmic. Too intentional. Too undeniably human to be anything but a person. Hello? I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky, a thin, reedy sound in the oppressive silence. Is someone there? No response. Just more tapping, growing more insistent, more demanding, a relentless torment that scraped at my sanity. I reached for my phone, my hand trembling violently, ready to dial for help, to summon rescue from this encroaching nightmare. Only to remember, with a sickening, plummeting feeling, that there was no cell service out here, no lifeline to the outside world. The cabin possessed a landline, a relic from another era, for emergencies, but it was downstairs, in the vast, ominous expanse of the living room, a terrifying journey in the inky blackness. Summoning every ounce of desperate courage I possessed, I slipped out of bed, my bare feet silent against the cold floor, and crept towards the window. With trembling, ice-cold hands, I pulled back the curtain, just a sliver, a cautious, hesitant peek. At first, I saw nothing but an impenetrable blackness. Then, a fleeting movement snared my eye. A figure. Standing at the very edge of the whispering woods, barely visible in the dim, ethereal moonlight, a shadowy silhouette against the ancient trees. As I watched, paralyzed by a creeping dread, it raised a hand. And waved. Slowly. Deliberately. As if it knew, with unchilling certainty, that I was looking. I let the curtain fall back into place, a choked gasp escaping my lips, my mind reeling, a chaotic maelstrom of disbelief and terror. This couldn't be happening. I was utterly alone out here, miles from the nearest town, a desolate island in a sea of trees. How could someone else possibly be here? The tapping began again, a renewed, relentless torment, this time at the living room window downstairs, a chilling, insistent demand for entry. I had to get to that phone. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, a desperate attempt to quell the rising panic, I crept out of the bedroom and down the stairs, wincing at every protesting creak of the old wooden floorboards, each sound amplified in the oppressive silence, betraying my presence. The living room was cloaked in a suffocating darkness, lit only by slivers of ethereal moonlight peeking through the gaps in the curtains, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like malevolent spirits. I finally reached the phone, my trembling hand reaching for the receiver, and picked it up, nearly sobbing with profound, overwhelming relief when I heard the blessed, familiar dial tone. My fingers, still shaking uncontrollably, dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? The dispatcher's voice, a calm, disembodied presence, was a stark contrast to the terror that gripped me. "There's someone outside my cabin," I whispered, my voice barely audible, raw with fear, terrified the intruder might somehow hear me. "They're trying to get in. I need help." "Okay, stay calm. What's your location?" I froze, a sudden, horrifying realization slamming into me. In my blind panic, in my desperate flight from the unseen, I had utterly forgotten the exact address of the rental cabin. I don't know the exact address. It's a rental out in the woods, maybe 20 miles north of Pine Grove. There was a long, unsettling pause on the other end of the line, a profound, dispassionate silence. "Sir, we're going to need more information than that to send help. Are you in immediate danger?" Before I could force a reply, a loud, jarring thud, a sickening impact, came from the front door, like someone had thrown their entire body against it, a violent, desperate assault. I dropped the phone, the clatter echoing in the oppressive silence, raw terror coursing through every vein, freezing my blood. The thudding continued, relentless, punishing, the old wooden door groaning mournfully under the savage assault. I looked around wildly, frantically, my eyes darting, desperately searching for a weapon, anything to defend myself against the encroaching horror. My eyes landed on the fireplace poker, its heavy, cold metal a desperate promise of defense. Just as my trembling fingers closed around it, the door burst open with a sickening crack, a sound like a tortured shriek of wood, splintering under immense force. And there, silhouetted in the gaping doorway, a terrifying, grotesque figure against the inky blackness, was the entity I'd seen in the woods. It was tall. Impossibly tall. Its limbs too long, too thin, too grotesquely elongated to be human, a terrifying distortion of form. As it ducked to enter the cabin, a fluid, unnatural movement, I caught a fleeting, horrifying glimpse of its face in the dim moonlight. My blood ran cold, freezing in my veins. Where there should have been eyes, there were only dark, empty, abyssal sockets, two gaping voids that seemed to swallow the light. I scrambled backward, a frantic, desperate retreat, the poker held out in front of me like a flimsy, desperate sword, a futile weapon against the impossible. "Stay back," I yelled, my voice cracking with pure, unadulterated fear, a raw, animalistic sound. The creature tilted its head, an unsettling, almost curious gesture, regarding me with those empty eye sockets, two black holes that seemed to pierce my very soul. Then, to my profound horror, it spoke. Its voice was like dry leaves rustling in a forgotten wind, barely above a whisper, a desiccated, ancient sound. "We've been waiting for you," it rasped, a chilling, ancient resonance. "For so long." "We?" I managed to choke out, my voice barely a whisper, a desperate plea for understanding. As if in a terrifying, malevolent answer, more figures appeared in the doorway, materializing from the oppressive darkness behind the first. 3, 4, 5 of them. All with the same elongated, impossibly thin limbs and terrifying, eyeless faces. They began to advance into the room, a slow, deliberate, terrifying procession, moving with an unnatural, fluid grace that defied gravity. I swung the poker wildly, a desperate, frantic blur, but it passed right through the nearest creature, as if it were made of smoke, an ethereal, untouchable horror. In that horrifying moment, a chilling, irrefutable truth slammed into me: whatever these things were, they weren't physical beings. They were something else. Something not of this world. I ran up the stairs, a frantic, desperate ascent, stumbling blindly into the bedroom, slamming the door shut behind me, the sound a desperate echo against the suffocating silence. I pushed the heavy oak dresser in front of it, a futile, desperate barricade, knowing even as I did so that it was utterly, hopelessly futile. These things didn't need doors. Sure enough, they began to seep into the room, their forms dissolving, passing through the solid walls as if they were no more substantial than mist, like spectral tendrils reaching for me. They surrounded me, a silent, menacing circle, their eyeless gazes, two black holes of pure emptiness, boring into me, piercing my very soul. "What do you want?" I cried, my voice raw with terror, pressing myself against the cold, unyielding wall, trying to become one with the unmoving plaster. "To show you," the first one rasped, its voice a dry, ancient whisper. "To open your eyes." It reached out a long, spindly, almost skeletal hand towards my face, its fingers unnaturally elongated, like the grasping tendrils of some deep-sea creature. I tried to pull away, to recoil from the encroaching horror, but I was frozen in place, utterly paralyzed, unable to move a single muscle as its cold, ancient fingers brushed against my forehead. The world around me began to shift and warp, a terrifying, kaleidoscopic distortion. The solid walls of the cabin melted away, dissolving into swirling, cosmic vistas, a dizzying panorama of impossible colors and swirling nebulae. I saw impossible geometries, shapes that defied human understanding, heard sounds that no human ear was ever meant to hear, a cacophony of cosmic music and primal screams. In that terrifying, transcendent moment, a horrifying, profound understanding slammed into me. These beings weren't evil. Weren't here to harm me. They were messengers. Guardians of some greater, unfathomable truth that lay just beyond the flimsy veil of our limited reality. They showed me wonders and horrors beyond any human imagination, the violent birth and silent death of universes, the grand, cosmic dance of creation and destruction, a terrifying, beautiful ballet of existence. I saw my own life, my own inevitable death, played out across the vast, intricate tapestry of time, a fleeting, insignificant thread in the grand design. When I finally, agonizingly, came back to myself, I was lying on the cold, hard floor of the bedroom, my body trembling uncontrollably. Sunlight, a blinding, almost painful embrace, was streaming through the windows, casting golden motes of dust into the air. Birds, oblivious to the cosmic horrors I had witnessed, were chirping outside, their melodic calls a stark contrast to the celestial symphony I had just endured. The creatures were gone, vanished without a trace, leaving no discernible evidence of their terrifying, profound presence. I staggered to my feet, my muscles screaming in protest, my mind reeling, a chaotic maelstrom from what I'd experienced. Had it all been a dream? A hallucination, a cruel trick brought on by stress and profound isolation? But as I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror, a spectral image in the dim light, I knew, with a chilling certainty, that it had been terrifyingly, undeniably real. My hair had turned stark white, a sudden, shocking transformation, and in my eyes, now wide and dilated, I could see the lingering echoes of the cosmic vastness I'd witnessed, a profound, unsettling knowledge etched within them. I left the cabin that day, fleeing back to the city in a daze, my mind still reeling. I tried desperately to tell others what had happened, to articulate the indescribable, but the words always fell short, dissolving into incoherent fragments, utterly unable to convey the terrifying, profound truth. How could I describe the indescribable? In the years since, I've never been able to shake the haunting, indelible memory of that night. Sometimes, when I'm alone in the suffocating darkness, I hear those footsteps again, slow and deliberate, circling, a phantom presence. And a part of me, God help me, a dangerous, insidious part, longs to see those eyeless faces once more, to peer again beyond the veil of our limited reality, to once again touch the cosmic fabric of existence. Because once you've glimpsed the true nature of the universe, once you've tasted the forbidden fruit of ultimate knowledge, how can you ever be content with the mundane again? I know, with a chilling certainty, that they're still out there, waiting. And someday, I think, I just might go back to that cabin in the woods, to see what other truths they have to show me. Story 12. The first whisper of dread began subtly, innocently enough, with a faint, almost imperceptible sound of footsteps overhead, dismissed by my rational mind as merely the old house settling into the quiet embrace of night. But then, the horrifying discovery, a half-eaten sandwich, a grotesque offering, discarded on the dusty floor of the attic. In that chilling moment, a cold, absolute certainty slammed into me. I was not alone. Someone, or something, was living directly above my head, hidden in the shadows, an unseen resident in my temporary sanctuary. And I was about to stumble upon a secret so profoundly disturbing, so utterly terrifying, that it would meticulously transform my quiet house-sitting gig into a waking nightmare, a descent into the deepest abyss of fear. It was supposed to be an effortless gig, a blissful reprieve from the suffocating reality of my life. My college roommate, Sarah, had asked, almost casually, if I could watch her sprawling Victorian home for a month while she was on a work assignment overseas. As a perpetually broke college student, clinging to the last vestiges of summer freedom, I had leaped at the chance, a desperate, eager embrace of opportunity. A whole month in a grand, beautiful house, nestled in a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood, with nothing more demanding than watering the plants and collecting the mail? It had seemed too good to be true, a utopian escape from my cramped, suffocating studio apartment. The first week unfolded with a deceptive tranquility, an idyllic lull. I spent my days basking by the pool, its cool, inviting waters a balm to my weary soul, binge-watching endless streams of shows on their massive, gleaming television, and relishing the profound, almost spiritual solitude. The house itself was ancient, its timbers groaning with untold stories, but impeccably maintained, a testament to meticulous care, filled to the brim with antique furniture and 1,000 curious knickknacks, each whispering tales of a bygone era. I found myself wandering from room to room, a silent, curious explorer, imagining the lives that had unfolded within these walls, the silent dramas played out behind each object. It was during one of these solitary explorations that my gaze snagged on it, the attic door. It was tucked away, almost imperceptibly, at the very end of a long, silent second-floor hallway, cleverly hidden behind a towering, ornate armoire. I tried the handle, but it was stubbornly locked. I made a mental note, a fleeting thought, to inquire about it when the Millers, the owners, returned, assuming it was merely a dusty storage space, a forgotten repository of old memories. That night, however, a profound, chilling disturbance shattered my sleep. I jolted awake to a strange, unsettling sound, a soft, almost imperceptible thud, followed by what sounded unmistakably like footsteps, directly above my bedroom. I lay there, rigid with terror, my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic, desperate drumbeat against the silence, straining every nerve, every fiber of my being, to hear more. The footsteps moved slowly, deliberately, across the ceiling, then stopped. A suffocating silence descended, broken only by the relentless, monotonous ticking of the antique clock in the hallway, each tick amplified by the oppressive stillness. I desperately tried to rationalize it away, muttering to myself that it was just the old house creaking, its ancient timbers groaning in the night, or perhaps a curious raccoon had somehow found its way into the attic, a harmless, furry intruder. But a nagging, icy feeling in the pit of my stomach, a primal, undeniable dread, screamed that it was something else entirely. The next day, driven by an insatiable, desperate need for answers, I embarked on a meticulous search of the house for the elusive key to the attic door. I rationalized my actions, a desperate internal monologue, telling myself I was merely being thorough, diligently checking all areas of the house as any responsible house sitter should. But deep down, a chilling certainty gnawed at me. I was looking for answers, for validation of the mysterious, unsettling sounds that had haunted my night. I finally unearthed the key in Mr. Miller's desk drawer, a large, old-fashioned, ornate thing that looked as if it belonged in the dusty pages of a Gothic novel, heavy with a sense of ancient secrets. With shaking, ice-cold hands, I returned to the attic door, the heavy key a tangible manifestation of my mounting dread. The key slid into the lock smoothly, a soft, almost seductive whisper of consent, and with a click, the lock yielded, a metallic sigh of resignation. The door groaned open with a mournful, protesting creak as I pushed it inward, revealing a narrow, foreboding staircase leading directly up into an abyss of inky blackness. I flicked the light switch, a desperate, futile gesture, but nothing happened. Of course, I thought, a bitter, self-mocking realization. Why would it ever be that easy? Using my phone, its glowing screen a meager, trembling flashlight, I began to ascend the stairs, each step a treacherous journey into the unknown. Each ancient step groaned mournfully beneath my weight, a protest against my intrusion, and I winced at the noise, irrationally terrified of alerting whatever unseen entity might be lurking above. The attic was a vast, cavernous space, an oppressive expanse, filled with the usual clutter of forgotten belongings and a thick, suffocating layer of dust-covered furniture. Moonlight, a ghostly, ethereal presence, filtered weakly through a small, round window, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like malevolent spirits across the floor, transforming familiar shapes into grotesque, monstrous forms. I swept my phone's meager light around, my heart pounding a frantic, desperate rhythm against my ribs, a hammer blow against my sanity, as I searched for any discernible sign of an intruder. That's when my gaze snagged on it. A makeshift bed, a pathetic, chilling tableau, tucked into a far corner, fashioned from old, grimy blankets and what looked like seat cushions salvaged from a long discarded couch. Beside it, a grotesque still life, a pile of food wrappers and empty water bottles. And there, on a rickety side table, a horrifying, undeniable piece of evidence, a half-eaten sandwich. I stumbled backward, a raw, Involuntary gasp escaping my lips, nearly falling down the stairs in my frantic haste to escape. I slammed the attic door shut with a resounding thud, the sound a desperate echo, fumbling wildly with the key to lock it again, to imprison the horrifying truth within. My mind reeled, a chaotic maelstrom of disbelief and sheer terror. Someone was living in the attic. How long had they been there? Did the Millers, oblivious in their European vacation, even know? I ran to my room, a desperate, frantic flight, grabbed my phone, and with trembling fingers, dialed the Millers' emergency contact number. It went straight to voicemail, of course. They were probably soaring through the skies, utterly disconnected from the terrifying reality unfolding in their home, or perhaps lost in some remote, reception-less corner of Europe. I paced the room, a caged animal, debating frantically what desperate action to take. Call the police? But what if I was overreacting? What if it was merely a homeless person, desperate and harmless, who had stumbled upon a safe, hidden place to sleep? I didn't want to cause trouble, to unleash a bureaucratic nightmare, if it wasn't absolutely necessary. I made a grim decision: I would wait until morning. Sleep was an impossible, mocking phantom that night. Every subtle creak, every gust of wind protesting against the windows, had me sitting bolt upright in bed, my heart hammering. I kept imagining a silent, unseen presence, creeping down the attic stairs, making its way stealthily to my room, its intentions unknown, terrifying. When dawn finally broke, a pale, anemic light, I was utterly exhausted, but a cold, grim determination had settled over me. I meticulously penned a note, my handwriting shaky, explaining that I was house-sitting, that I knew someone was in the attic, and desperately pleading with them to leave. I promised, a desperate, bargaining plea, not to call the police if they simply went quietly, without further incident. Armed with the note and, as a last, desperate resort, a kitchen knife, its cold steel a flimsy comfort, I made my way back to the attic door. The morning light, though still weak and diffused, made the attic seem less intimidating, less overtly menacing, but my heart was still racing, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs, as I ascended the stairs. The attic looked different in daylight, its secrets less cloaked in shadow. Dust motes danced in the ethereal sunbeam streaming through the small, round window, swirling like spectral dancers. The makeshift bed was still there, a chilling tableau, but something felt subtly off. It took me a moment, a disoriented flicker, to realize what it was. Everything was neat. Too neat. The bed was meticulously made, the trash was gone, vanished without a trace, and there was no discernible sign of the half-eaten sandwich, no evidence of its grotesque presence. Had they left already? Or were they simply incredibly tidy squatters? I placed the note carefully on the bed, a silent, desperate communication, and turned to leave. That's when I heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible shuffling sound. Coming from behind a large, forgotten wardrobe in the corner, a dark, silent sentinel. I froze, every nerve screaming, the knife clutched so tightly in my sweating palm that my knuckles turned white. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky, a thin, reedy sound, barely audible. "I know you're there. Please. I don't want any trouble. Just come out and we can talk about this." Silence. A suffocating, oppressive silence. Then, slowly, agonizingly slowly, the wardrobe door began to open. I raised the knife, my arm trembling, poised to defend myself. braced for whatever horrifying entity might emerge. But what emerged from the wardrobe wasn't a person at all. It was. I don't even possess the words, the language, to adequately describe it. A creature. Approximately the size of a large dog, but with a horrifying proliferation of legs too many, grotesquely twisted. Its skin was a pale, sickly, almost translucent color, like something that had never seen the light of day. And where its face should have been, there was nothing but a writhing, pulsating mass of glistening tentacles. I screamed. A raw, primal shriek, utterly involuntary, torn from the depths of my being. The creature made a high-pitched, keening noise in response, a sound that scraped at my sanity, and scuttled towards me with an alarming, unnatural speed. I turned and ran, a desperate, frantic flight, taking the attic stairs two at a time, not caring about the thunderous, echoing noise I was making, desperate to escape. I burst out of the attic, slamming the door shut with a desperate, final thud, fumbling wildly with the key, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I could hear the creature on the other side, its many legs scrabbling frantically against the wood, a horrifying, insistent scratching. The lock finally turned, a metallic click, and I backed away, still clutching the knife, its cold steel a flimsy comfort. My mind was spinning, a chaotic maelstrom of disbelief and sheer terror. What was that thing? How long had it been trapped up there? And most importantly, how in the name of all that was holy was I going to get rid of it? I spent the rest of the day in a desperate, paralyzing panic, alternating between pacing the house, a caged animal, and sitting in terrified, suffocating silence, straining every nerve to hear any discernible sound from the attic. I tried calling the Millers again and again, a futile, desperate attempt, but received no answer. I thought about calling the police, a fleeting, desperate idea, but what in the world would I tell them? That there was a tentacle monster living in the attic? They'd undoubtedly think I was utterly insane, or perhaps under the influence of some mind-altering drug. As night fell, descending like a heavy, velvet shroud, the noises from the attic grew louder, more insistent, more menacing, heavy thumps, relentless scratching, and that awful, high-pitched keening sound, a mournful, terrifying wail. I huddled in the living room, every single light in the house blazing, casting harsh, blinding glare, the television blaring at full volume, a desperate attempt to drown out the horrifying symphony from above. Around midnight, the noises abruptly ceased. A profound, suffocating silence descended, somehow even worse than the maddening sounds had been. I sat there, rigid with terror, hardly daring to breathe, waiting for the inevitable, for whatever unspeakable horror would unfold next. Then I heard it. The unmistakable sound of the attic door opening. I gripped the knife tighter, my knuckles white, my eyes fixed on the hallway leading to the stairs, a silent, terrified vigil. Slow, dragging footsteps made their way down the steps, each heavy thud echoing ominously. A shadow appeared on the wall, grotesquely elongated and misshapen, a distorted reflection of pure malevolence. And then it was there. In the doorway of the living room, bathed in the harsh, blinding light. It looked even more horrifying, more grotesque, than it had in the attic. Its pale, sickly skin glistened wetly, as if covered in a sheen of slime, and its multitude of tentacles writhed ceaselessly, a grotesque, pulsating mass. But the most terrifying thing of all was its eyes. Dozens of them, scattered haphazardly across its pale, undulating body, all fixed on me with an unsettling, malevolent intelligence, piercing my very soul. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, a frozen tableau of terror and the incomprehensible. Then, to my utter, profound shock, it spoke. Not with words, not with a voice from its writing mouth, but directly into my mind. "Thank you," it said, its mental voice surprisingly gentle, almost melodious, a stark contrast to its monstrous form. "For not calling others. For giving me a chance to explain." I couldn't respond. I was too terrified. Too utterly confused. "I mean you no harm," it continued, its mental voice a soothing balm against my terror. "I am lost. Far from home. I found safety here, in this quiet place. But now I must go. Others will come looking soon." Before I could even begin to process the incomprehensible implications of its words, the creature turned and moved with surprising, almost ethereal grace towards the front door. It opened the door with one of its many prehensile limbs, a fluid, unnatural movement, and paused on the threshold. "Forget," it said, its voice resonating directly in my mind, turning its multitude of eyes towards me one last time, a silent, profound gaze. "For your own peace, forget what you've seen." And then it was gone, melting into the oppressive darkness outside, an ephemeral, ghostly presence vanishing into the night. I'd like to say I did forget. That I went on with my life as if nothing had happened, as if the fabric of my reality hadn't been irrevocably torn. But how do you forget something like that? How do you go back to normal after you've seen irrefutable proof that the world is so much stranger, so much more terrifying, and profoundly more wondrous than you ever dared to imagine? I never told the Millers what happened, never confided in anyone until now. But sometimes, on quiet nights, when the silence presses in, I find myself looking up at the stars, a vast, indifferent tapestry, and wondering, are they out there, those strange, tentacled beings? And will they ever return to the quiet attic where, for a brief, fleeting time, one of them found refuge? I don't know the answers. But I do know one thing. I'll never look at an attic the same way again.